'cause I might be tempted. Always get me into these situations again, because I might be tempted. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with everything. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with everything but me. Freedom. You know I'm through with you. Your hoops are my obsessions, always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy, I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention, you never will. And fall victim, but when I'm lowest, time to get to know myself. I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will, 'cause you depend, so you always will. I wonder if you ever did. it's over. Do you need anything like I need you? I've got no place to be alone, my friend. He cut his wrist instead. There's your answer. You better save yourself, or else nothing like success. I would rather be in hell than regret. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? No, I do. But denial, these are not my words. Tell me where are mine? Most of the time, wet my face with reality and permit me to breathe before I do it again. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? What's up, people? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? There we go. Yo, yo. Let's go. Good evening. Got a little bit of a late start. I slept in. My apologies. Dude, my schedule's so fucked up. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Do you need? Let's go. Dude, first thing we gotta do, we gotta give a shout out to Slarson kicking us off. Oh! Thank you, Slarson. Slarson said, went through about 1 million files today. And I'll be haunted by that filth for the rest of my life. Thank you all for being here. Dude, I bet. Shit's gnarly. Gotta get up in 6 hours for work. Oh, shit. Dude, but according to Todd Blanche, it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Dude, what are we doing, bro? Like, they're fucking
Dude, I can't believe he actually said that. He actually went online on a news show, the Deputy Assistant Attorney General, and said that. That was his statement. Like, really? Bro, what are we doing? What are we doing? Dude, this shit is like, I don't know, man. It is, we're dealing with like some high level grime. You know what I'm saying? Like high level grime. And it's hard. It's hard because it's like, you know, I'll be honest, some of their tactics and shit have been like, you know, it's hard to not feel like, man, this shit's never gonna come out, right? Like they're just gonna hide it, bury it forever, you know what I mean? And like, you know, it's hard to have that, like those feelings, right? And they're, you know, right now they're trying to, you know, they're talking about whatever, the zombie filibuster or whatever. They're, you know, they're trying to squeeze through some like voter suppression law. Trump is talking about taking federal control of the elections, which is like, hello, there's a thing called the Constitution there, homie, right? And simultaneously, the man is shitting his pants on live TV. Bro, what are we doing? Yeah, no, they're like throwing some Hail Marys now. You know? They are throwing Hail Marys. Dude, yeah, no, the pants shitting, like, no joke. This shit is no joke. I wish I hadn't seen this. Dude, literally, they are literally mega shitters right now. There is video. Yeah, maybe we start there. Maybe that's a place to get the spirits, like, going. You know, when all else fails, we can count on the fact that, you know, the president of the United States is shitting his pants. And, dude, they cleared the room, bro. You see everyone behind him, like, get this look on their face. And then the people come in and they just clear the room. Yeah, let's go there. I went there. I started there. I really did this. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get right into the shit, shall we? Oh, man. Dude, we're going to get right into it. All right, right here. Here it is. Here it is, dude. All right. Say you saw it here first. All right. You're gonna, here we go. I'm going to turn the volume up so you guys can enjoy it, but then wash. Okay, wash everybody. Watch everybody's expressions back here, especially Burgum and his wife, and then watch the press people come in and realize we got to get everybody out. Yeah, dude, Burgum's wife in particular, I mean, she's closest. I think, you know, I don't think RFK Jr.'s nose works anymore from the years of cocaine, okay? But Burgum's wife definitely notices. All right, here we go.
Chemists are coming up with new...
All right, hold on. Let me fix the audio real quick. I'm gonna get us on regular audio that's not mono. Give me 1 sec here. There we go. Are you ready? Here we go.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive.
There it was. Right there's the first. Right? You hear that noise? That is the first, like, expulsion. And watch her. She immediately reacted to it. Okay? Right? There it is. There's the beginning. Here we go.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic things.
Thank you all
very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Look at her. She's like...
Fantastic job. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Oh, it stinks.
Thank you, please. Thank you.
It stinks.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll that says people think ICE's tactics are too aggressive?
Dude! They start moving them out.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Dude, they move him out. Let's watch that again, okay? Because here's what happens. She notices immediately, and she's like, what the fuck? She's struggling to maintain a straight face. Then the press come in. There's supposed to be questions. But they come in, and like the press handlers come in, and we got to clear the room. And then you see RFK Jr. says something to her, okay? RFK Jr. says, I think he says like, oh, he makes some comment, dude. Dude, he is filling the bag, right? They're filling the bag. One more time.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic.
I like to push it.
Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it.
Look at him.
Thank you, Oz. He's doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll that says people think ISIS tactics
she's
are too aggressive?
rubbing her nose. He comments.
Thank you, press. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, press.
Are we gonna flip with it?
It's about to get stanky. Dude, she's back there going like, oh, Lord. Bro. Dude, isn't that wild? Dude, he's so gross, dude. He's like so gross. They are so urgent. They're just getting him out. Dude, look at him though. What a stinker, boss. What a stinker. I like when she's like, right? She's like, oh shit, dude. Dude, she's like, please. Why am I right behind him? Dude, welcome to our nightmare, bro. Oh my God. That is priceless. Dude, smellcast, please, no smellcast. It's going to be a scratch and sniff. That is ruthless. But boy, did they clear the press out. Okay? And dude, is there Trump's gastroenterologist? Oh, dude, what I've listened a few times and hear nothing. Dude, what are you talking about? That's the problem. That's the problem, New Jersey conservative. You listen and hear nothing. Okay? You're also the same people who look at the Epstein files and insist Donald Trump is not involved. The guy's name has been mentioned like 40,000 times. And they're like, yeah, no, he's had nothing to do with this. Bro, shitty situation indeed. Oh my God. Dude. The flatulence. That is brutal. Isn't it brutal? Dude, she speaks volumes. Look at Pammy. Dude, even Pam Bondi over here looks like she's having a moment, dude. You see that? She's like, dude, I gotta say this. I don't think, okay? I don't think if you sniff this man's chair, I don't think you're coming back from that, guys. Okay? I think the chair sniff, the Trump chair sniff would literally be the end, right? Any verification? I have not seen anything. I'm like, dude, it's hard to keep up right now. I'm serious, guys. Like, it is hard. I don't know about you guys, but it is hard to keep up with everything that's going on because there's so much information coming out. There's so many files. Like, I feel like it's going to be a year before we even have a handle on this dump. But as long as we're talking about smelling shit, I think we should move to the TPUSA special, okay? Because that got announced today, guys, right? TPUSA announced their big, what are they calling it? They're calling it the All-American Halftime Show, okay? Speaking of diarrhea, right? Let's pivot over to TPUSA, right? the All-American halftime show. Now, the thing about this, okay, the thing about this that like just sort of breaks me from the get-go is how they titled it the All-American halftime show. And they're all up in arms because of Bad Bunny. But like, dude, Bad Bunny's an American citizen. Puerto Ricans are American citizens. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is what is so colossally like mind-numbing about this is they just refuse to acknowledge, right? Like brown skin, right? Skin brown, not from town is their sort of mentality. But like, dude, Puerto Ricans are Americans. And I remember Thomasina Lauren, she was the one who was like, oh, go back to where he came from. It's like, he's an American citizen. Take a look at Ghislaine on Epstein data set 2. All right. We will check it out. I mean, I'll probably look at that off screen, right? First, but we will check that out. All right. Hold on. Let me see. Well, we will. I guess the beginning of that link is not on there, but let me see if we can find it. Hold on. Dude, let's go. Dude, thank you. Thank you, Dreyfus. Appreciate you, boss. Let's go. But hold on. We'll get to that. You may have to put that link in Discord there, boss, because the whole link didn't come through. So Discord, the link is in the description. Go throw that in there and I will scope that out. All right. Dude, whatever that Ghislaine in the data set 2 is, right? Not sure what picture you're referring to, but we'll check it out. But so guys, that's the start of this thing. Oh, all American, meaning just no brown skin, okay? Meaning no brown skin, right? But dude, Bad Bunny's American. And guys, can I just tell you, like, I looked at this, I've never heard of these people, okay? I don't know who any of these people are. Maybe they're super famous, but dude, Brantley Gilbert, Lee Bryce, Gabby Barrett, I have no idea who those people are. I've never once heard their name ever once, right? Never. And guys, I am chronically online, okay? I am chronically online. Let me just tell you, okay? I am online more than a human being probably should be, but I never heard of them. Now, dude, I don't know. I did announce a breaking news item that, like, I don't know if you guys saw this, but Erica Kirk did make an announcement that there's going to be a special headliner. Okay, there is a special headliner that's happening right here. Right, where is it? Let me find it right here. Right, a secret headliner Erica Kirk announced where they are going to be putting a bunch of xylophones in Charlie's casket, and then they're going to shake the casket, and Charlie Kirk's body is going to play a faith-based theme. The TPUSA is very excited about this. Okay, it's something they've been working on since her Instagram, right? Something they've been working on since her Instagram, her Instagram photos. That's going to be a special event, dude. Yeah, all right. Yeah, no, I will open the link off screen first. All right. Let me see that link. Let's see what we got here. Oh, that link? Yeah. So I see that, right? I guess I guess with that link, is there the implication that maybe she's doing a little something to Jean-Luc Brunel? I mean, I'm looking at this link, and to me, it looks like she's laying her head in the lap, and they're laughing. I'm not sure if she's actually doing it, but all right. Dude, that's pretty crazy Ghislaine thing. All right, here, for those of you guys in the chat, you want to scope this thing out, right? Here, I'll put the link that was shared in there. I'm not going to share that on the screen there, but there we go. That was the link that was shared. Dude, I'm not sure if that's what they're implying it is. Maybe it is. Dude, even better than hologram, Charlie. How is that possible? Trolls playing inside them. Dude, so Pinky, just so you guys know, I made this up, guys. This is, it's a joke. It's a joke about how they have, grifted off of his passing. That was a joke, right? Because of that, remember the hands and the Instagram, the weeping, right? The weeping. But I mean, you could kind of see it, couldn't you? You know what I'm saying? Isn't it something that you could see, guys? Right? I absolutely, absolutely could see that, boss. Right? We are all, oh shit. They are psycho enough. They are psycho enough. Dude, let's go. Oh shit. Yeah, but so guys, those, in all seriousness, have you heard of these guys? Do you know? Do we know who these people are? I mean, I'm assuming they're all country artists of some sort, right? I have heard of Kid Rock, and Kid Rock is like, whatevs. Dude, I did see some people though. Some right-wingers, they're talking about Nicki Minaj. So I wonder if they're going to try to get her involved now that Nicki Minaj is a MAGA person. But have you fucking seen her? Like what she's been doing, dude? Dude, Nicki Minaj is like, she's gone crazy, bro. She has gone crazy. Every tweet, okay? She's now like going on, right? She's going on the Katie Miller podcast, and she is like full on, QAnon, right? Talking about satanic rituals and like everybody, right? She is doing the far right, like mayhem. And I don't know what is with all the Chucky dolls. Like, can somebody explain that to me? Because I was looking her shit today, okay? And is this about Lizzo? Is that what it is? Because I was wondering, why is she using a Chucky doll? Okay? She's like talking about voter ID now, okay? She's got this Chucky doll with a martini in every picture that I don't understand, right? And like now she's like making transphobic messages, and look at that. She said something about the LGBT, started seeing through the veil, right? Why are they getting the gay vote? The gay community should be able to choose. Why is the gay vote voting for Democrats? She's calling them Democrats. But like, the gay vote, the gay people are voting for Democrats because they're not like taking away their right to get married. They're not like passing anti-trans laws, right? And then she did this one. Now she's doing they're flying the immigrants in. And of course, Elon Musk is like putting this in. Oh, they're flying the immigrants in. And these distractions in the streets are hiding the billions they're stealing. And then this was the one. But dude, everyone is like a Chucky doll. Like what? What is the Chucky doll obsession? Dude, it's so weird. But this one coming up is the crazy one. Dude, right? She's the brainwashing techniques. I mean, is this supposed to be her? That's her? Like, why is she using a Chucky doll for her? What is she doing, bro? Right? But look at her tweets, though, guys. They're all getting like crazy. Like, every tweet is getting crazy. You know what I'm saying? You know, crazy like view counts. Like, every tweet is getting launched into the Elon stratosphere. Yeah, no, she is definitely smoking that Roseanne pack. The Roseanne bar. She is having a Roseanne bar moment. Okay? And dude, they sabotaged her documentary. She said like what? The Democrats sabotaged her documentary? Dude, what is she talking about? You know what I mean? Who's the they? Right? Is it her non-binary friend? Is it the Democrats? Dude, Chucky represents her critics and enemies in the industry. All right, dude. She is wild. But this was the one, dude, that like made my brain hurt. Look at this shit. It says, your favorite artist has been practicing rituals in a satanic cult where they take babies from other countries and do this crazy stuff to them as a form of blood sacrifice, blah, blah, blah. When your master is Satan, you must constantly like shed blood. However, the jig is up. What? Like what? She's doing all your favorite Hollywood artists are doing satanic rituals. Like what? Nicki Minaj. Dude, I found a picture of her online that like I've been looking at these tweets and I can't get this photograph out of my head, guys. Is this one. Right? Yo, you go, girl. Dude, this is a live shot of Nicki Minaj tweeting right now, dude. Right? Oh! Live shot of Nicki on Twitter. Like, what are we doing, bro? Apparently, some guy handed her a scone. She tasted a scone. This is a still shot from some TV show she was on. Dude, oh, Lord. Right? Like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? I mean, dude, that stuff. Yeah, this is Doug Burgum's wife after Donnie popped one out. Like, bro, what are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, she is melting down, okay? And saying they're sacrificing children, gaining and maintaining power, Democrats. Like, she is going full sort of QAnon, right? You know what I mean? Full Q. Like, what are we doing, boss? Okay, now, again, though, the thing that's crazy is calling out Jay-Z for, like, having a young girlfriend, calling out these people, Jerry Seinfeld's, these people that are in the Epstein world for this shit. Totally fine, bro. But, like, how are they not calling out Donald Trump, dude? You know what I'm saying? Like, how are they calling out Jay-Z, but then she won't call out Donald Trump? I mean, dude, what are we doing here, bro? Trump's names are 40,000 times he's mentioned. There's so many civil lawsuits of him. Multiple girls under the age of 18. They're right. I mean, dude, there's Katie Johnson, etc., etc., etc. And again, though, Nicki Minaj's brother is in prison for, like underage SA, guys. What are we doing? Okay? She has a brother in jail for this shit. Her husband is a registered sex offender. And she is on this QAnon Democrats thing. Like, it's like mind-blowing to me. It's you know what I'm saying? Like, is it one of these things where is that part of their like mental condition where they get into the party of like grapers and then all of a sudden everybody else becomes the graper? Do they share like a group projection denial? Like, let me just tell you guys, okay? So I want to share a family moment here, okay? So I lived in a family where there was a tremendous amount of denial, okay? And what do I mean by that? I mean, my mother caught her first husband like doing crazy shit in front of her own children, and she ignored it. She like yelled at the guy. The guy said it'll never happen again, and she stayed with him, which led to probably prolonged abuse of all her children, which is what precipitated me being born and then me being essayed by two of those boys that were witnessing the shit that got called out, okay? So, but my mom convinced herself that it was never going to happen again. And then my father started engaging in some behavior with my half-sisters, and then my mom caught him, and then she became convinced it would never happen again. So then that just started a lifetime of like acting out. My mom watched her children act out with drugs and alcohol and risky behavior, and like the child that was involved with the thing with her first husband, he eventually went on to steal motorcycles at like age 11. He got caught breaking into houses. He got caught, he broke out the glass windows of a department store and went in and robbed it and got arrested. Eventually, he got taken away from my mom and dad, and put into a juvenile facility. He became a ward of the state. And like the whole time though, my mom was like, this is not happening. Hey guys, I made dinner. Let's sit down and have dinner. Everybody's okay. We're good. Like the cope that happens is like so profound that, if it hadn't terrorized me so bad as a kid, and if I hadn't had to spend so much of my adult life like getting out from under the chains of my parents' coping mechanisms, it would almost be laughable. But the power of denial, the power of like ignoring that which is literally happening to you or happening right in front of you, is so powerful. Okay, you mix a little bit of religion and a little bit of like, I'm not going to be okay if I see this, and like you're off to the races. So when I see this shit, okay, when I see this shit with Nicki Minaj, and she's furiously typing all day about satanic rituals and democrats and all this crazy shit, I'm like, is she like my mom? Is she being like my mom right now, where she is just, in this fog of insanely denial, like insane denial and chaos? You know what I mean? I mean, what is fucking going on with them? And the Democrats, and it is getting so crazy QAnon. But guys, it's getting amplified, okay? Right? That's the thing about this, is if you look at Nicki Minaj, all her crazy shit is getting amplified, okay? Now, as they do their ritual, look at this, 283,000 likes, okay? 7 million views. Now, she does have a large account. Like how many followers does she have? She has 25 million followers. So she definitely has a reach. But let's go back like a month and see what her reach was like before this, okay? Because let's go down and go see before her MAGA conversion. Do we remember when she MAGA converted? Right? Dude, I know she did it at the TPUSA thing. I'm curious about if this shit is getting amplified. Because it was back in December. All right, we're not going to go back that far. Maybe we will, right? Yeah, look at this shit, okay? If you go back, like her posts used to get like 7,000 likes. Look at this shit, guys. Now, Elon made it so you can't see who's liking. Remember, he privatized likes? Well, look at her shit, dude. A big tweet used to have 20,000, right? A big anti-Gavin Newsom tweet, 29,000, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, she obviously has a huge reach, but this shit was not huge. 6,000 likes, right? Oh, that's a retweet. But no, she's getting like 30,000 likes. Maybe a big one is 80, but it's around 20 to 50 on average, okay? You know what I'm saying? But now, guys, look at what she's getting now. Now these are getting some of these things are getting like 300,000, okay? She still has a pretty normal average, but when she's tweeting about this Chucky shit, this shit is getting 100,000, 237, right? When she tweets politics, they're getting this massive, like, astroturfing everything she's tweeting about politics. Because, of course, Elon is, like, retweeting her now and shit. But, like, this is insane, boss. Okay? Right? It is. It is some crazy shit. Some crazy ass shit. Right? The poisoning of the minds, bro. That satanic ritual stuff, okay, is nuts. It is, dude. I'm sorry. As they do their rituals tonight, like, dude, you know, what are we doing, man? You know what I'm saying? What are we doing here? You know? Right? Dude, this is crazy. You know? It is, dude. This is what we're up against, guys. But yeah, this though, when you look at this shit, this is what ties back to why Elon Musk made likes private. I mean, it was a very strategic move, okay? Because now they can amplify this shit and hit it with the bots, and Elon can send it to his huge amount of bot followers, and then it just gets expanded. But like, my concern about this, guys, my concern about this is what's being fed to, like, Gen Alpha, okay? And that's where this stuff is starting to get mind melding, okay? Because I know for, like, adult people that we know that, like, okay, Nikki's losing it, whatever, but this shit is getting disseminated and fed on TikTok and fed on, you know, these other social media platforms where there are kids that are, you know, 7 years old that are feeding on this shit, that are being indoctrinated into religion and shit. You know what I'm saying? So they're feeding these, like, you know, it's like, I feel like kids are being fed stuff right now where some of these Heritage Foundation people are hoping they're going to have some type of religious civil war in 20 years from now, right? That's what is really, I'm finding concerning. I'm going to be really old. You know, I'm going to be in my 80s. I'm going to be on the decline of life. But, like, this stuff is there is some, you know, if you look at Project 2025 and that Save America stuff, there is some stuff that is, you know, implying that they're trying to build a religious army, you know, that is a thing to these guys of building an army of young men that are willing to go to war to like snuff out the other religions. That is a sort of long-term goal, I think, of some of these super Islamophobic, you know, Zionist Christian foundations. And young people are extraordinarily vulnerable. I mean, we've already seen it now. You know, we've already seen it with like Benny Johnson. You know, you look at Benny Johnson, we're like, oh, everybody laughs at Benny Johnson. But if you go to Benny Johnson YouTube, okay, Benny Johnson's YouTube is designed for gamer kids. Okay, if you look at his thumbnails, dude, these are gamer kid thumbnails, guys. You know, I've looked at this before. Okay, these are our children thumbnails. Okay, with the AI and everybody's got the same wide open teeth voices. These are the type of thumbnails you make. Guys, I was a gaming creator. This is the shit you make for Roblox. This is the shit you make for gaming, where everybody's surprised, the exaggerated faces, the mouths are open and shit's like running out of the mouths, the hands over the head. Oh my God. This is like gamer thumbnail shit. You know, you like seeking young people. Okay. This is not a thumbnail that like a 50-year-old person is really like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? These are gamer thumbnails. Okay. It's like, dude, I swear to you, you look at like, let's look at some gaming shit. Right. Let's look at gaming thumbnails, right? You're going to see the gaming thumbnails, right? When we get in here, what games we look at, like Roblox. We'll look at some Fortnite, all right? If you look at Fortnite thumbnails, right? They use all this shit, all right? When they have people's fucking faces on them. I guess maybe Fortnite's evolving now, but everybody is like, this was like what Fortnite was doing. They're doing all those faces. I mean, this is pretty standard. The same type of shit of like, everything's like wide mouth. Maybe it's switching to Roblox. I know Roblox is their new shit. Right? They're like, everything is like the exaggerated AI faces. Okay? This is, you know what I mean? I mean, it's like a big part of their fucking, the gaming thing. Okay? I don't know why it's feeding me all these shorts. Right? Depends on if it's marked for kids or not. But you see the similarities of like the AI thumbnails, right? And right? You know what I'm saying? That like the similarities are there where everything is like shock face. Yes. Everything is shock face. Now, why they do this, okay? Why they do this shit with kids in particular is because kids are like, their emotions are different than ours. Okay. Like a kid needs a lot brighter color. They need a lot more exaggerated emotion in order to sort of react to it. Right. Their brains are like slightly, you know, they're like only partially formed. Dude, it's right. Just crack the multiverse. Let's go. Tony said, I don't know what that means, boss. You're going to have to elaborate on that. Dude, now it's just giving me all shorts, right? Which is so weird. I don't know why it went to all shorts. But there has been, yeah, no, all the emotions are exaggerated, right? Because their brains are not like fully formed. But like, dude, everything is like shocked face, you know what I'm saying? Everything like that is like their whole, all of the gamer thumbnails are like exaggerated shock face. That's like a big part of the kid, like roping in the kid view. You know what I mean? And now we all do this. You do put emotional things on your thumbnails. Like, of course, Like everybody chooses emotional thumbnails, but like with the running makeup and shit is like, this is like super memeified. Okay. Right. Using characters from TV. Right. And everything is like super memeified and AI'd out. Okay. These guys are like, you know, like Benny is cultivating a young audience. And, you know, there's videos of Benny too, like interacting with like 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds. Media cannot lie, distort anymore. We all know. Oh, yes. Dude, Tony, let's go. I mean, you know, this is what they're after. Like everyone is this. Every single thumbnail is this, right? And so, you know, that shit just ain't normal. Okay? That shit ain't normal, guys. Like Benny Johnson's thumbnails are not normal. Okay? Dude, I mean, we all use emotion. Okay? You do use emotion. But like, bro, look up Lanky Box. All right, hold on. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here. Do Lanky Box, these guys do it? Yeah, no, it looks like they do a lot of it too. Theirs is a little like cartoony and shit. Super cartoony, but everything is like the open faces, right? I mean, it's pretty standard. This was the go-to in Fortnite too, back when I was a Fortnite content creator. And dude, it's pretty weird. But moving that shit into the political realm is pretty wild. So yeah, so guys, that's what I worry about. Like, I worry about the effect that this is having on young kids that are like iPad kids that are being chronically online, that are on TikTok, you know, at age 6, and they're getting exposed to, you know, that type of like, I don't know, the melding of the political with the religious is like super dangerous. You know what I'm saying? My thumbnails, you like my thumbnails? I mean, dude, we use shit. We all use emotion in thumbnails. Like, it's pretty standard to use emotion. But I think, though, there's a thumbnails that look a little more adult. Like mine are not super exaggerated. And what's more, though, every expression I take is actually a real photo. I'm not doing AI. I'm not taking a person's image and then AIing an expression on them. You know, I am like using actual photos from the internet. Like, so I'm using real emotions that were captured and not like hyper exaggerating them, which is different. I mean, emotions are sensory devices. Absolutely. And like, for example, guys, with thumbnails, one of the techniques you do is like reaction, right? Which means like, for example, let me show you a thumbnail. Okay. Like here, I have a thumbnail where Donald Trump is sad. Okay. This one, Donald Trump is sad. And Asmongold looks like he's looking at Donald Trump and reacting to Donald Trump. And that's a very powerful device, is having a character reacting to another character. Like, it's a powerful theatrical device you use, okay? A great example of this was the movie Fight Club, okay? Fight Club. Remember the fighting scenes in Fight Club? So one of the editors of Fight Club is a guy I know, okay? James Haygood. And he discussed Fight Club, and David Fincher and the editors discussed this. And what they did was they showed less fighting and more of people reacting to the fighting, because what they discovered is people's reactions to the hitting sounds caused a lot more discomfort in the audience than seeing the hitting, okay? Because people were responding to people reacting to the emotions. So it is totally normal to use that type of psychology in your thumbnail making, in the pictures you choose, and what you do. You know what I'm saying? Totally normal. But the thing about the Benny Johnson shit, when you go into the Benny Johnson stuff and you go into these crazy AI thumbnails where everyone is that crazy face, okay, is this is like everything is now one emotion, right? Everything is one hyper signaled triggering thing. And that is a very, like, that's aimed at kids, right? You know what I mean? You know? And this is like very obvious what he's doing. And I've called this out before. I've made videos about this before, that it is aiming for the kid clicks. And if you look at his shorts, they're the same way. His shorts are like, have all the zings and blings and the zooms, just like a Mr. Beast thing do. Okay. And this is a little, I don't know, man. It's a little unnerving. Okay. Because guys, when you fuse politics with religion, you start walking into like dangerous areas. That is when people like do shootings and stuff like that and start doing crazy shit, like religion and politics fusing. And this is a thing the Republican Party, MAGA, has been doing for a while, and they're doing it in the mega churches. There are pastors around the country in these deeply evangelical churches that are starting to add this religious programming to their political programming. And it is involving saying things like they're telling their parishioners that if you vote for the Democrats, like, you're going to hell. If you don't vote for the MAGA candidate, you're going to burn in hell. Like, this is like God is commanding you to defend these people. Now, guys, this, okay, you ready? This is why Donald Trump can say racist shit, can openly be a predator, get adjudicated to be a rapist, and be found in the Epstein files 30,000 times. And he has a core amount of his base that are still devoted because they are being taught, guys, for 10 years. They've been taught by their local, like mega church pastor that Donald Trump was sent by Jesus and they need to like cling to him at all costs, right? I mean, no joke, guys. Okay, you got to remember, Trump has now been in politics for 10 years. 10 years. That means a 10-year-old who went to a mega church in Texas for the last 10 years is now 20 years old, guys. Okay? There are an army of 20-year-old people that have been told since they were 10 that they're going to go to hell if they go against MAGA, and that Donald Trump is like anointed by Jesus. That's fucking a problem, guys. You know what I mean? I mean, think about that. Dude, that's what's been going on, man. Right? Tommy, are you crazy? I'm not crazy, dude. They've been doing this shit, right? Everybody can be accused of anything. Of course, everybody can be accused of anything. But the problem is kids that are indoctrinated from age 2 into a religion, by the time they turn 10, 11, 12, 14 years old, they have a deep, like, rooted religious belief that you can then pile shit on top of, okay? They have already been indoctrinated from the beginning formings of their brain that they are, have to obey in order to get to heaven. Okay. And this is, again, I think this is why we have Christians that see a masked police force harassing immigrants, and they believe that it's okay, that Jesus condones this. Okay. It is like a problem that has been brewing, because this is a relatively new development, guys. Okay. Because prior to Citizens United, okay, listen to me, prior to Citizens United, this was not really possible. The only way that churches couldn't get involved in politics really, because they would lose their tax exempt status. But what ended up happening is after Citizens United and the ability of churches to dump money into political PACs, which then dump money into candidates, which then allow churches to now be openly political because they're not technically using church money, but they're able to gain the power of being political through super PACs. There is a new weaponized version of like evangelical Christianity that is buying politicians in the same way that Elon Musk is. And this has been happening, guys. And this shit doesn't get a lot of airplay, but you can find the clips of these mega church people talking about this shit. It is, and mega churches are very big in the South. Okay, very big. Like, let's see how many mega churches there are in America. Just. So there's almost 2,000, okay? Almost 2,000 Protestant megachurches and 4 to 7 million parishioners, okay? That's a lot of people, guys. You know what I'm saying? That is a lot of people. And yes, this is not all Christians. This is just the deeply evangelical, like Christian nationalist sects. Okay. I am not saying if you go to every church in middle America is doing this. No, they're not. There are plenty of churches that aren't doing this. I took my kid to a church when he was in like 7th or 8th grade. We went to a couple church services so he could see. We went to a church that had like gay and lesbian parishioners, and they were very open and very accepting. Dude, those churches are closeted, lesbian and gay a lot. I mean, they're closeted a lot of shit. Dude, dance party goal, let's go. Dude, let's go, baby. All right, here we go. But again, this is not all, guys. But what I am talking about, the reason why I am talking about this, guys, and the reason why this is so important is because the hiding of the Epstein files, okay? The people that are hiding the Epstein files, the people that are so deviant that shit is like allowable and cover-upable, okay? To use a made-up word, those are like Christian nationalists, okay? Donald Trump is funded by Christian nationalists, okay? Pam Bondi is a Christian nationalist. Harmeet Dillon and Jack Posobiec, all of the people, guys, you ready? You ready? Hold on, let me pull here. All of these people, all of these big right-wing influencers that are pumping this shit are Christian nationalists, okay? And these are the people, guys, that are these are the people that are attaching major religious significance to Donald Trump's rule. These are the ones that are okay with a theocratic, anti-LGBTQ government by Bible, okay? And the reason why I'm talking about this, Pinky says, LFG, or Ella, let's go. LFG, sorry. And Dude, let's go. Pinky said, let's go. Right now, okay? Right now, they have outsized influence. See, the thing is this isn't like, hey, all Christians in America are engaging this. But what this is, though, guys, is everybody who has the power right now is a Christian nationalist. All of the U.S. government right now, the entire U.S. government right now, okay, Jack? Yeah, 𝗙𝗪𝗏 is right here. The entire U.S. government right now is Christian nationalist, okay? Our entire U.S. government is that mega church. Trump is a Jesus figure and should be allowed to just be in power as long as he wants. That is like our government right now are either that or they're fine with that group, like, you know, doing what they want as long as they have power too. This is nutty, guys. We're in a nutty stage of like U.S. government where the reason why they're breaking the Constitution and the reason why they're ignoring the laws and funding this, you know, violence in the street and funding, you know, the removal of every brown person is because they are these actual zany, like Zionist, evangelical, Christian nationalist weirdos, guys. You know what I mean? Right? You know, and it doesn't matter when you say they aren't real. They are real. Okay? They are real. Doesn't matter if they believe it. They're doing it. Okay? You know what I'm saying? They're doing it. It is the Christian nationalism that is the root of this shit. Stop the stupidity. Let's go, dude. And so my point is, okay? My point is we have to be very cognizant of this, guys. This is why it's so important to push back on this shit like all day long on social media and to fight this shit everywhere we can. You know what I mean? You'll say it again, Dominion theology. I mean, yeah, no, Dominion is a big part of it. But we have to realize that, like, we're up against a formidable opponent that is not just people with a political ideology, but there's like a religious war happening in America. And this is why the Cenk Uygur sort of like, we're going to win over the MAGA people, why that's kind of like futile, okay? Because there's just a segment of the population that you're never going to win over, guys. We are not going to win them over, okay? You might be able to win over some Republican independents in small town America, but there's like 30-some% of these people that unfortunately now control a lot of the social media networks. And so the thing about that is Canal is right that there's only 30% of this is like 30% of the political climate, but they are selling this shit through people like Benny Johnson. Okay. When you look at the Benny Johnsons, all right, when you go and you go to his like rage bait, my point is that 30% has enough power and vocal like range on the internet through, now they bought TikTok too. They have Twitter, they have Facebook and Instagram, they have TikTok, they have part of YouTube. YouTube is still like a little bit on the independent, but they have now ensconced themselves in the media climate. And so if you have kids now, you gotta be fucking careful with your kids. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be like careful with your kids. And you gotta realize that your kids are going to school with the kids that are buying into this shit. You know, which is why I guess if I'm advocating for anything, I'm advocating for people to stay connected to their schools, school boards. You know what I'm saying? I mean, dude, the PragerU, they're trying to put PragerU into schools, man. You know what I'm saying? They want Prager U shit into schools. Pretty soon you're going to have Benny Johnson is going to be like educating your kids in schools. They're going to be learning about politics in 5th grade by watching Benny Johnson videos. Dude, like, no, man. So again, this is why this year is important, guys. Okay? This year, these elections, 2026, 2028, 2030, 2032, okay? The next 4 elections are going to be real fucking important, guys. Real important, okay? I don't want to make you hopeless. I want you to be agitated to the point where, like, we can be foot soldiers too. When Jeebus comes back and they realize he's black, are they still going to fake love him? Dude, I mean, you know, at the root of this, though, guys, that's hard, is this is all a fairy tale, okay? There is not, you know, the Abrahamic religions are built on a fairy tale. Nobody wants to, like, you know, you say that and people have various reactions to that, but the Abrahamic religions, all 3 of them are built on fairy tales, guys. You know? You know what I mean? Like, bro, oh Lord. But the fairy tale is like becoming reality now at this point, guys. Lord have mercy. Dude, the burning bush. Dude, if I see a burning bush, I'm going to get a fire extinguisher and put it out because I don't want anyone to get hurt. I don't want her to get hurt. Dude, Blue Dot here voting, take it back 2026. Oh shit. Guys, and you know, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm dooming a little bit about this. Okay? I'm dooming a little bit about this because, you know, the sale of TikTok was really fucking problematic to me. The sale of TikTok, like, that one was that was some bad news, guys. And you know, I'm mad about that too because I feel like the Democrats helped make that happen, right? I don't know what the fuck happened in the middle of 2024, dude, when the Democrats started that campaign about TikTok in China, and then basically, right, it was like TikTok was fine, dude. It was a leftist bastion. And then Trump was threatening to fucking, you know, ban this shit. And somehow the Democrats took that shit up, dude, under Joe Biden. Like, what the fuck, bro? The White House is for sale? Yeah, it is. Dude, they became the fucking people behind this shit. And they essentially gave it to Larry Ellison, bro. Like, what are we doing, dude? Fucking idiots, boss. Dude, right? Isn't the White House a reasonable price to actually purchase? Dude, I can believe the difference in behavior change even in daycare. That never happened when your daughter was in daycare. What never happened? Right? Pine box, Pine box. Dude, I'm dooming, bro, but I'm serious. We need to get together. I think part of, like, why I'm dooming is like, I saw this shit earlier today, okay, where I was like, dude, what are we doing? Okay, where I saw, you know, I don't know if it was joking or not, but, you know, I saw this shit right here where she was like, right, what was it? You know, like James Talarico, a poll said that, like, James was, like, winning in Texas or something. And then I think I saw, right, you know, I saw some shit going on where was it? Dude, did you see this? Right? She said James Talarico called me a shit lib, right? And I was like, dude, right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, dude. I was like, there's some shit going on about that all red thing, okay? There was like an all red video. Okay, and like there's you know, I'm just like, dude, you know what it is? I'm just like, man, I want us to get through the primaries. Okay. I'm hoping we come together after the primaries. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And because like, dude, they're getting like gritty. Okay. Dude, what was the Colin Allred video? Did you guys see it? Okay. There was there's an Allred. All right. So first off, let me just say this. Okay. Let me just say this with Colin Allred. Okay. I remember when Colin Allred was running for Senate or whatever. I thought this guy, like Colin Allred, I have nothing against him personal, but I thought he was actually a terrible campaigner. Okay. He was like all wrong on like trans rights. And he was like, he let his opponents define the narrative, and he like sort of played into their right wingness. I thought, I don't know if you guys remember Allred, but I just thought that he was not, I don't know. He campaigned in a way that like during his Senate run that I felt like was capitulating to some of the right wing narrative. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't like that. Okay. I did not like that myself. And then he didn't win. Okay. He did not win, but I don't know, dude. There was something about him that I felt like this guy, there's no way this guy's going to win, because this guy is like campaigning like Ted Cruz light. And the thing is if you go to be Ted Cruz light, they're just going to vote for Ted Cruz, you know? And that's nothing against his personality. I don't think he's ungenuine. You know what I mean? I think he really believes in his shit. I just don't think he knows how to campaign ruthlessly in an environment where the other side is basing lies. Okay? Like when your opponent, when their entire campaigning strategy is to lie and to completely just exist outside reality, you need to have a certain type of ferocity with which you match that energy, okay? And I didn't see that from him, okay? I was not impressed by his campaign. I thought that he was a good fucking person, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't think he had a good campaign. I felt like his campaign made him an easy prey for the right wingers. Okay. And like that bothered me. Okay. Now there's this like whatever, you know what I'm saying? There's this whatever rift going on now that they're all fighting, and they're fighting over the fucking, like, I guess James Talarico. Everyone's attacking him, you know, and Dude, yeah, the like, you don't, it's like you got to be able to not capitulate, right? That is important. That doesn't necessarily mean, right? That doesn't necessarily mean, guys, that, hold on. That doesn't mean you need to center the issue, okay? And I know this is hard for people to say, but there are certain environments, okay, where, you ready for this? This is hard. I know we have transgender people in the audience, and I know this is hard for transgender people to hear because it really affects them. There might be some candidates like Abigail Spanberger, okay, who she didn't campaign when she got attacked with the transgender issue, you know, the men and women sports bullshit. Okay, now Abigail Spanberger didn't run around centering her campaign on transgender rights, but she centered it on the fact that that is a local, like the local schools get to manage that issue. Okay, so she didn't take trans rights and make it her cornerstone. She let it be the right wing doing their bullshit, but she held firm to, like, I'm not going to capitulate to you, and I'm not going to have this stupid discussion forever because the local people know how to take care of their own citizens. And that's that, right? And then she moved on to her the issues she was centering on, which were about the economy. Okay? Now, politicians do that all the time. You may have to do that in some areas where they're heavy on that men and women sports bullshit. Okay? Obama had to do that on gay marriage. Okay? Obama knew he was going to Obama knew he was going to protect gay marriage, but he wasn't campaigning about, I'm going to protect gay marriage. He just knew he was going to do it. And then he sidestepped it when necessary. And we know Abigail Spanberger is not going to pass laws that are going to harm transgender people. She's going to protect them just like Janet Mills did, just like a lot of other reps around the country do. She is just not centering her campaign, feeding into the trans issue of that stuff. Okay? You can't let them make the campaign about a lie about men and women's sports, right? You have to take the lie away. And so the thing about this is I felt like Colin Allred didn't take the lie away. He just didn't address it, okay? That was the thing. He didn't address it. Oh, we have more important things to focus on. But, like, you have to have a strategy for taking the lie away, too, okay? You can't just not address it, okay? You don't want to address it so much that you're centering it, and you don't want to make your whole campaign about it so they can just pick you apart. But what you need to do is you do need to not address it in a way that also diffuses it and counter programs it, okay? That is like not just letting them run rampant with it, okay? Another example of this, guys, was Tim Walz, okay? When he was running with Kamala Harris, he was very vulnerable to their men and women sports shit with the tampon Tim, okay? And they just chose to disregard this shit, and he didn't chose to diffuse it and say that, like, me putting tampons where every student has access to them is just like taking care of, like, you know, people with uteruses. Like, that's what I'm here to take care of, right? We're here taking care of everybody who needs access to menstrual supplies, right? He didn't fucking center it in a way that diffused their shit. He just was like, oh, that's so silly, I don't even need to address that, okay? And so that was my issue with Colin Allred, okay? That I felt like Colin Allred failed in that regard. He was more like, nah, nobody cares about this shit. And you may be right that nobody cares about it, but the thing about this, guys, is people fall victim to programming, okay? And you may be right that most people are walking around and they're not really concerned about a transgender student at their school, but they can be victim to the programming from anti-transgender people, okay? They can be victimized by that programming, okay? You know what I mean? And yes, no, he could have taken it off himself. Elf, he could have said, like, I allowed local districts to handle that. Dude, stop stupidity. But anyway, so now there's a beef going on. Okay? So I don't really know what's going on with this beef. Okay? I don't know what's going on with this beef, but I know that Colin Allred made a video. Let's watch this.
Morning, everybody. It's cold out here, and I got some steam coming off my head because I'm, just finished my workout. Got some steam coming out of my ears, too. I understand that James Talarico had the temerity and the audacity to say to a black woman that he had signed up to run against a mediocre black man, meaning me, not a formidable, intelligent black woman, meaning Jasmine Crockett. Let me just break this down into a few segments here. First of all, let me just give you some free advice, James. If you want to compliment black women, just do it. Just do it. Don't do it while also tearing down a black man, okay? We've seen that play before. We're sick and tired of it. We're tired of folks using praise for black women to mask criticism for black men. That's not good for our community. It's not good. It doesn't work, and we know what you're doing, okay? So if next time you want to praise a black woman, just do that. Leave black men out of it. Just leave a lot of things out of it. Second of all,
see, I mean, what's interesting is there's some credence to some of this. That is not like what he is saying, like navigating, navigating like, racial integration and shit like that. There is something to be said of that, of like, black men being criticized, or the reverse. There is the praising of black men and denigrating black women. There is a lot of shit unpacked. Now, I guess the thing though that's at issue here is James Talarico is running for Senate. And so James Talarico does have a right though to talk about the Colin Allred campaign. Okay? You know what I mean? If you're running for Senate, you are allowed to talk about people's campaigns. Be critical of someone's campaigns. So we don't know, how right. And I mean, this is spiraling, because I think Colin is not wrong. And I absolutely see what he's saying. And I also think, though, if Talarico was talking about the campaign, like, Talarico has a right to criticize this guy's campaign, because this guy's campaign wasn't very good, man. It wasn't. I'm sorry. Colin Allred, like, he seems like a great guy. I like his personality, his energy, his, like, stalwartness, but he did not run a good campaign. Not, like, it was not effective. It was too much of, like, letting the right wing run away with the narrative. So, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Dude, Wildcard says James Talarico is just a lizard in a man suit. I mean, dude, he is he's a white Christian. So we don't know what Talarico is. All right. But anyway, let's watch the rest of this.
You ever have a coach or somebody, a leader in your life tell you that when you make an accusation, you often have a bit of confession in it? Maybe you use the word mediocre because there's something creeping into your mind about yourself. Because I know you're not talking about somebody who's been better at 3 things than you've ever been at 1. You are not saving religion for the Democratic Party or the left. We already had Senator Reverend Dr. Raphael Warnock for that. We don't need you. You're not saying anything unique. You're just saying it looking like you do. Okay? And third of all, let me just say to all the young black men out there, all the young men who come from tough background, struggle growing up, who maybe think that someday you want to put yourself forward as a leader in your community. It's going to have haters like this are going to show up, okay? And you're going to feel like you have to be twice as good and jump twice as high and talk twice as well, but you don't have to.
Yeah, see, I see somebody saying in chat, if Talarico, though, made the comment about, like, a mediocre black man, like, that is not about the campaign. You know what I'm saying? That is a little different, right? You know what I mean? I mean, there's a complication there, because Colin Allred is a black man, but he was also a politician, a Senate candidate, and talking about I mean, if you want to talk about a mediocre man, then fine. But I don't think you should be talking about a mediocre black man, because I don't think the black has anything to do with that, right? I don't know. I just think, if you want to talk about a mediocre man, right, he could have Talarico could have just said, I didn't think I was running against an incredibly powerful woman. I thought I was running against a mediocre man. And maybe there wouldn't be a shitstorm about that if he's not throwing the fucking the racial indicator in there. Okay? If Talarico was specifically talking about a mediocre black man, like, that's like way out of bounds, right? And I don't think there's video of this comment. But anyway, hold on. We're going to keep going. You
can walk out there with your shoulders back and your head held up high, knowing who you are and the value that you bring, and understanding that this comes with the territory and that there's going to be folks like this. And when we see them, we should say thank you. Thank you for taking off the mask. Thank you for telling us who you really are and what you really think. And goodbye, okay? Because we're on our way. And we don't need you to come with us, and we don't need your help to get there. So with that being said, go vote for Jasmine Crockett. This man should not be our nominee for the United States Senate. I wasn't going to get involved in this race, but listen, don't come for me unless I send for you. Okay, James? And keep my name out of your mouth while you're at it.
All right, so there's that. Then Talarico responded. Okay, dude, 6 in 20. Let's go. Oh, dude. Oh, wait. Dude, there we go. Let's go, dude. Ella. All right, let's get this dance party secured. Holy shit, we need 6 more. We got 3 minutes. Fucking 3 minutes to get 6 more to secure the dance party. Then we're going to dig into this. All right. And I'll tell you why I'm focusing on this, because I know this seems like low-grade drama, but when I saw Emma's comment, I realized that we are going to have to deal with post-primary. Dude, let's go. Stop stupidity. All right, this is something we're going to have to deal with in 6 months, guys. Okay, is coming together after this. Your brain is 404ing right now. Dude, Ella, I feel you. All right, we got 4 more. 4 and 2.5. We're going to get this, okay? Right? Low-grade fever. Dude, you have a low-grade fever? I do not. I'm feeling good. But we are. Stop stupidity. Let's go, dude. Tony Sled, you play Red Dead Redemption 2. I played 1 Red Dead Redemption. I don't know if it was 1 or 2, but I did play one, dude. Briefly on stream. I'll be honest, guys. You ready? I don't like video games. Hillary Reckoning, let's go. Dude, let's go. I don't like video games. I know it's funny. I became a famous video game streamer, right? But, dude, let's go. Stop stupidity, dude. We went so crazy. We fucking Nameless Nick, Pony Up Punks. We hit 21 and 20. I love that when that happens. But, so me, guys, I don't like spending time playing video games. I think because mostly I'm not very good at them. And there's a lot of, like, I don't know. You know, so I played a little bit. I love Fortnite though, because playing Fortnite feels like sort of doing cocaine. It has that same kind of dopamine release that gets you all jittery and fucked up. So I got very into Fortnite and Star Wars Battlefront. But for the most part, I don't ever play video games. I'm just not that into them. I don't know why, dude. And isn't that weird, though, that a guy who doesn't even like video games became famous playing fucking a video game, right? I mean, just desserts there, boss. You know, shit happens. But anyway, so then Talarico made this statement, okay? And Talarico said, "This is a mischaracterization of a private conversation. In my praise of Congresswoman Crockett, I describe Congressman Allred's method of campaigning as mediocre, but his life and service are not. I would never attack him on the basis of race. As a black man in America, Congressman Allred has had to work twice as hard to get where he is. I understand how my critique of the congressman's campaign could be interpreted given this country's painful legacy of racism, and I care deeply about the impact my words have on others. I've always said that despite our disagreements, I deeply respect Congressman Allred. We're all on the same team." Now, guys, though, this begs to, it does create another thing of like when Talarico was talking to Jasmine Crockett, did Talarico say mediocre black man, or did he say, you know, Colin Allred was mediocre and it was heard as you just called a black man mediocre, right? I mean, again, we know he said mediocre, okay, Talarico, we know that, but we don't know, right, if he said, yeah, powerful black woman, mediocre black man. I don't know if he would say that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That seems like if he said it, that's way off base. But if I could also see that maybe he did say that, but maybe he said, you know, Colin Allred's campaign was totally mediocre, and Jasmine Crockett, to her, of course, because she's a black woman, he has now just said a black man is mediocre, and like she's going to, like, that's the thing that's going to hit for her because, you know, with all the experience of racism that I'm sure Jasmine Crockett has had in her life and is still having today, anytime you talk about a person of color critically, it's like it's going to feel like an attack on their color. I'm sure, you know, how could it not? So the thing is what's hard about this, guys, is we don't know what actually got said, okay? And I don't know who's, you know, it could be Talarico talking shit and bringing race into it. Or it could be that he was talking about the campaign and Jasmine Crockett heard it as race because she's getting attacked racially every fucking day, right? We just don't fucking know. But what we do know, though, guys, is this, is there was no videotape of proof, but they're fighting for a Senate seat, okay? They're fighting for a Senate seat. And so to win the primary, like if she can paint Talarico as a racist white Christian dude, or that is something that could maybe win it for her, okay? So there is now a battle, okay, that is, you know what I'm saying? That is, now there is a battle here that is races in it, okay? Now, the thing that's difficult for me about this, the thing that I find bothersome is because race is in it, okay? Mischaracterization does not equal I did not say it. No, absolutely. And what's crazy though, yo mama, is we're never gonna know, right? We're never gonna know what was said, okay? Because it wasn't recorded, right? We're not gonna know, man. You know, I mean, it's crazy. And I could absolutely see Talarico bringing race into it. And I could also see, though, Talarico just being critical of the campaign and Jasmine Crockett being like, of course, he's fucking saying this black man is mediocre. Like, how would she not interpret it that way, right? Because I don't think you can have, you know what I'm saying? I don't think you can have, like, I don't know. I think it's really hard for, you know, it's really hard for these politically charged conversations when you're in the middle of a primary, okay? You know what I'm saying? Because they're like looking for a way to depose each other, okay? And so I don't know. I mean, I've said before, I have trust issues with Talarico just because he's a white Christian, okay? Like that to me is an alarm bell. And a lot of people have said, oh, he's a different kind of Christian. But for me, like white Christians are like, you know, I worry about white Christians just in general. Okay. I don't care. Even if they're Democrats, right? Christian Democrats. I mean, Joe Biden was a devout Catholic. And dude, that was a fucking problem. Okay. Joe Biden's religion was a fucking problem, guys. Okay. Let's not pretend like it wasn't. Okay, it was a problem that made him handhold a bunch of racists when he was in the Senate as a younger guy to make deals with a bunch of Southern Democrats who moved into the Republican Party. Okay, and later on, it let him turn his back on what was going on in Gaza. I mean, you know, this religion shit can be fucking dangerous. You know, devout religious people, they operate sometimes like not concerned about what everybody needs, because they are appeasing this non-existent thing. You know what I'm saying? You know? And so it's really, it's complicated, you know, because, but guys, all of that aside, I do like James Talarico and I do like Jasmine Crockett, okay? But now, here's the problem, is Talarico, there was just a poll, guys, okay? So look at this. Okay, this is what bothers me, guys, about the primaries. Okay, because if you look at this, okay, there was like Talarico, fucking whatever, Senate. There was like a Polymarket thing or something, right? Where he blew up on Polymarket, I think, right? I think it's on Polymarket, or maybe it was a poll, but it showed him having a 75% chance, right? Okay. You had Talarico with a 75% chance of winning the Democratic Senate primary. And right when this hits, okay, right when this stuff fucking hits is when this private conversation stuff hits, okay? Right? So everybody, I cannot ignore the fact that Jasmine Crockett and James Talarico, both of them have a vested interest in being right here, no matter what was said in that conversation. If she can sink Talarico with this, that's good for her. And if he said something crazy and he can sidestep it, that's good for him. Okay. And yes, dude, Biden, Anita Hill. Yeah. Good fucking point there. Right. So the thing is like this shit is happening around people battling. And right now, James Talarico appearing to have the upper hand. Okay. Now, where this bothers me, okay, is because it was that 𝗪𝗡𝗍𝗀 comment, okay? That was the thing that really got me, okay? Was the 𝗪𝗡𝗍𝗀 comment got me because she says, James Talarico called me a shit lib, okay? And right? And now, I think Emma is on the James Talarico side, right? I think Emma is on the James Talarico side. I think she's pro Talarico because Jasmine Crockett is like connected to AIPAC. I'm a little confused about the loyalties here, but what I am concerned about, guys, right? Emma is pro Talarico. Okay. So she was like memeing on saying Talarico called me a shit lib, which is like, it's a way of dismissing like, oh, he called Colin, campaign mediocre or whatever, and everyone's reacting about it. However, there's like a racial component to this. And guys, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I have not been able to figure it out. But since Bernie and the progressive movement, there's been some kind of divide that has happened that I have seen, okay, where for some reason, a lot of the progressive program, okay, the progressive platform really lands on white people, right? White working class people really connect to the progressive ideology, but black working class people tend to be a little suspicious of the progressive faction. Not all of them, but especially the older black voters that are, deeply connected to the Democratic Party that ushered in the civil rights movement. Like, this is one of the things that I have seen, like, older black voters be a little suspicious of the progressive movement. You know why? Because they believe that the white people will take their tax money and get the white people health care. But I think a lot of black people are suspicious if the white people will let their tax money pay for black people's health care, right? That the black people end up getting cut out when those social services come out, okay? And it's not entirely untrue, okay? That if you give social services, if you open up health care to everybody, Medicare for all, the corners that are going to get cut, the people who are going to get cut out of that, if they cut anyone out, is going to be the poor people of color. Absolutely. There's no doubt about that there is an opportunity, there is a risk there that even in Medicare for all, the white people will get their care first, that the black people will wait longer for the appointments, that in some parts of the country, the black people won't even be able to ever get an appointment. It'll keep getting canceled or they will get squeezed out. I mean, a lot of black people have seen this. They have seen this, that and especially now they got rid of affirmative action. They've gotten rid of DEI initiatives. So there is some truth to that even in a Medicare for all system, the first people that are going to get cut out are going to be the poor people of color. Okay. And that's fucking, I don't know. So there's a tension there that I have seen around this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And there's a tension there. And this was the shit that James Clyburn, like when he was advocating against Bernie, Clyburn was playing on this fear, okay? And it is a very real fear, guys. It is. I mean, even if progressives don't want to acknowledge it, it is a real fear. Because I know, dude, in my lifetime, I've seen it time and again. It's like the poor people of color are the ones who always get fucking hosed, okay? Like, for example, remember when we looked at Brooke Rollins, right? Trump's fucking whatever secretary, right? You remember how she said we kicked off 1.75 million people off fucking food stamps, right? Off SNAP benefits. You know that the 1.75 million who got booted off SNAP benefits, I guarantee you that 90% of them were people of color, guys. The farmers are still getting their subsidies, the white farmers, and the white people are still getting their SNAP benefits. But the people of color, the black and brown people, they're the ones who made up that 1.75 million. I fucking guarantee you in the Trump admin, okay? We should look into it. I don't know how we'd look into it, but you know they target that shit. Man, you go to the South, dude, Mississippi and fucking Alabama, and they, like Louisiana, they keep the people of color like ensconced in poverty, dude. It is like systemically fucking written in down there. And of course, when they didn't expand Medicare, right, or Medicaid during Obamacare, so none of those people got health care, right? None of the poor minority people in those states, they refused to expand Medicaid and Medicare, which would have allowed them to bring health care and benefits to poor, like, communities of color. So yeah, so guys, the reason why I'm worried about this, okay, and think it's a lot more nuanced. Whites are mostly non-racist, but come from very white upbringings. There's a weird vacant vibe we get. Yeah, no, Jet, I get it. You're right. It's not like the white people are racist or anything like that. I think it is because of their very white upbringing, they just can't relate to the idea. Like if you talk to a white person who's advocating for Medicare for all, they would insist to you that, no, we're going to do this right and nobody's going to get left behind, because they can't comprehend getting left behind, because they never get left behind under universal programs. And so they're just not, it's like they can't really take in that fear that people have, right? Because it's not a fear that I think they even relate to. I like how you called it like vacant, right? I think the word vacant is a really good word for it. I think, like, you know, this is one of the things that I have struggled with trying to be an advocate for, like, the LGBTQ or people of color, is the fact that me, guys, as a white man in America, I can talk to you about systemic racism. I can talk to you about my experience of, like, the black communities or black culture or living in mixed race communities or having black friends or studying anti-racism. But guys, I cannot tell you what it is like to wake up every day only being 13% of the population, living in a country with a history of deep racism rooted in everything, where everywhere I go, I am just looked at by a lot of people as automatically, like, I'm noticed and I'm clocked and I'm, like, watched, and right. And not even because those people distrust me. It's just an instinctual thing that is written into the code. I can never fucking relate to that. Everywhere I go, I am just dominant. You know what I mean? And so I can talk theoretically of understanding what they go through, but I can't actually ever tap into that feeling, except, you know, there was a time, guys, you ready for this? There was a time I went to New York City the first time and I stayed up in Inwood. And at the time, Inwood was all like Portuguese, and nobody spoke English in Inwood, guys. Nobody did. Everybody there was Portuguese. I was one of like a handful of white people I saw over 3 days. And guys, I was so uncomfortable. Not because I don't like Portuguese people or Puerto Rican people or Hispanic people. I was uncomfortable because I just felt like I didn't belong. I felt like I didn't belong, like I was unmoored. I had no mooring. I was on a boat that just had no way to dock with anybody around me. And you know what I mean? And like, dude, it was really discombobulating. And you could say, yeah, it had to do with the language, but it like the language just exacerbated the feeling. Okay. Even if they had all spoken English right? And I was the only guy there, but they were also speaking a lot of Spanish. There still would have been that disconnection. The language barrier like heightened it, right? But it was, you know, even if you speak the same language, there is some of that fucking disconnection, you know, that people experience. You know, it's like, you know, I mean, a white guy only notices it if they live in an all like deeply black neighborhood, and you're the one white guy who lives there. You might start to feel that sense of outness, but maybe not though, because in my experience, sometimes the black community welcomes white people differently than a white community welcomes black people. I mean, there again is more crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? And yes, you know what I'm saying? That's the thing. What Magnolia Girl said there is that uncomfortable feeling I had for a couple of days that felt so overwhelming in being in Inwood. That is the underlying noise that people of color, black people, you know, Hispanic people feel here every day. And right, black people every day, they wake up and they have a little bit of that uncomfortable feeling. Always. Whether they're paying attention to it or not, that buzz is like always there, man. You know what I mean? And we can't relate to that, guys. We just can't even comprehend that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, for me, dude, I wake up and I never feel uncomfortable, guys, for the most part. You know, if I feel uncomfortable, it's usually of my own fucking making, you know? Like, you know, and I mean, you know, yeah, it's complicated. So the reason why I am worried about this, guys, here's why I'm worried about this. I am worried about this because whoever wins, whether it's Crockett or Talarico, I like, we're all going to have to get back on the same team after that primary. Okay. You know what I'm saying? We all have to get back on the same team after this fucking primary. And so today, when I saw this, I was like, oh shit, everybody's memeing 𝗏𝗏, okay? Like all of the white progressives are memeing 𝗏𝗏. And like, dude, I'm just like, man, dude, I just want to, Johnny said, I feel uncomfortable when I sit down on my couch and think of JD. Dude. Right? This is where some of the anger stems from in black people. They can't seem to identify it until it's too late. Hey, man, dude, if you're black and you're listening to this, like, you know, like, I get it, dude. I can't even imagine. And I don't know how we, like, take that shit away, man. Like, I want to, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's hard. Dude, it's fucking hard, boss. Right? You know, you don't think Emma liked either one of them? I mean, I don't know. They haven't, like, the progressives haven't really, like, spoken boldly in this primary season. Right? Because I know none of them are progressives. Okay? Jasmine Crockett is not a progressive. James Talarico certainly isn't a progressive. Right? But I do know, though, that Jasmine Crockett has, like, she is from the, like, you know, the AIPAC comfortable section of the party, okay? And there is, like, there are people that are hardcore AIPAC, and then there are people that, like, I believe care about, like, what's going on in Gaza, but they're also not anti-AIPAC. They don't, right? There's like weird factions around this shit. Am I a progressive? So, Suki, that's a complicated question, okay? Because I have deeply progressive values, okay? Dude, it says blackness is literally rooted in rhythm. If we can feel the rhythm in you, you're accepted. Dude, all right. Dude, I got the rhythm, Jet. Let's go. All right, I'm in. I mean, maybe that's why I've always, like, you know, like, not had issues when I've, you know, engaged in, like, a lot of the black communities that I've lived in or ran in, was because I do have rhythm. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's why I've gotten the free pass. Maybe that's why those kids took care of me in 3rd grade back in North Hollywood. because I was a dancer. I could be it, dude. I've gotten a lot of grace from communities of color, guys. I'm serious. I've gotten a lot of fucking grace. Oftentimes that, I didn't even deserve by being the white man bull in the china shop. But I've experienced a lot of grace from, in my life, guys. This is one of the things that has guided me. Like, I've gotten a lot of grace from women, and I've gotten a lot of grace from communities of color, and I've gotten a lot of grace from the LGBTQ. I have not gotten a lot of grace from white Christian men, and I've not gotten a lot of grace from men in general, over the course of my life. Okay. And it's been really, I don't know, that has formed some of the seeds of my political rooting as well. You're in, I've been in because of my brain, my ability to be me. Good. Let's go. But so guys, the thing that's sort of nuanced about this is we still have this, we still have this shit going on with the pain of Gaza and the pain of the pandemic and the pain of the Trump experience underlying all our political shit. Okay. So what we need to do, right? What we need to do is we need to figure out how to just keep the shit together. Okay. We need to figure out, okay. We need to figure out how to keep all of our coalition together through this shit. Okay. Jasmine is a lady boss. Dude, Jasmine is a lady boss. You know what I'm saying? She is. She absolutely is. But I think, this primary, there's going to be some bloodshed, guys. Okay? Let me just tell you, there is going to be some bloodshed in that Texas primary, bro. Not literal, but let me just tell you, like James Talarico and Jasmine Crockett, I think are both formidable people that really want to win that seat, that primary, and they want to win that state. And what's wild about it is my fear, and maybe this is an unreasonable fear. My fear is, I want to make sure we're on the same team after that bloodshed. Okay? I am. I'm telling you, for me, my lesson from 2016, my lesson from Bernie and my lesson from Bernie and Hillary, okay? Both people that I liked, okay? My lesson from Bernie and Hillary is that, we've got to heal better after those brutal duke outs and a bunch of people in the coalition don't get what they want. Now, to answer what Suki said, am I a progressive? Okay, that is a complicated thing, guys, because you ready? I have progressive values, okay? I believe in Medicare for all. You know what I'm saying? I definitely believe in free college. I believe in universal basic income. I believe that, we should all be receiving royalties from every company that sells our data. If they're profiting off of our data and behavior, we should be collecting digital royalties like songwriters are. So we have a UBI built out of a little bit of the profits of every company on the planet that's monetizing us in this whole cell phone, social media environment, right? So I have very progressive and forward-thinking beliefs and values. And I am also a Democrat, okay? I'm a lifelong Democrat that respects what the Democratic Party did in the JFK and beyond years with the legislation they fought for. And right, I do. I am I very much respect the Democrat history, okay? The way they changed from being the Southern racist to this new modern inclusive party. And I also, though, recognize that the Democratic Party has the power structure in this two-power system. So we can't just get rid of it right now. You know what I mean? So So the thing is like I am a progressive liberal, I think, you know, but I don't know, dude. It's like it's hard because I feel like the Democratic Party is an important part of our political climate, and that not everybody is as progressive as I am, okay? Right? And that like not everybody, you know, in the Democratic coalition is going to agree that my progressive ideas are good ideas. You know what I'm saying? And so like I realize that the Democratic Party has a lot of, you know, I feel like I have some socialism in me too. Like when I do the political compass, my political compass is way down in the lower left. Like I was like right next to Noam Chomsky, okay, as far as like political compassing. Although I wouldn't end up on Jeffrey Epstein's plane, okay? But I was down there in that political, like, so I'm pretty, you know, I was way down in the freedom, you know, non-authoritarian and pretty far to the left. You know what I mean? But I don't identify as a progressive. I identify as a Democrat. And I'll tell you why, guys. I identify as a Democrat because the party is the thing that has the levers of power. Okay, you know what I'm saying? That's why I identify as a Democrat, because the Democratic Party is our vehicle in America. It's the only vehicle we have. You know what I'm saying? And like, so I identify as a Democrat with super progressive and a little bit of socialist values, right? But I don't identify as purely progressive or purely, you know, I'm not like DSA, and I believe in the benefits of socialism. I believe socialism is far superior to capitalism, but I don't call myself a socialist. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, I mean, you know, that's kind of how I look at it. I don't look at specific labels. I don't try to hone myself down on the labels. But in America, there's two power structures. There's the Democratic power structure and there's the Republican power structure. And of those two, I identify with the Democrat one. And I believe that a conservative, frustrating Democrat is better than a Republican in that seat. So even when you have somebody like 𝗫𝗡𝗀𝗡𝗀 or 𝗤𝗏, I think they're better than you know, having a fucking Republican in those seats. You know what I'm saying? Right? That is like my belief, that I would rather go through having to negotiate and fight with a conservative Democrat than a like Republican in that seat. You know what I mean? And I realize that, you know, not everybody, like the Democrats win red seats, okay? They do. The Democrats win red seats. They do. That's what it is, right? That's why 𝗫𝗡𝗀𝗡𝗀 is the way she is not because she's a faulty person. It's because somebody who's not her, a Democrat who's not her, couldn't win that seat, okay? If she doesn't run and you run like Emma Vigeland versus, you know, in 𝗫𝗡𝗀𝗡𝗀𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 a Republican will win that seat, okay? If you ran Zohran Mamdani in 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 thing that like those red Democrats are in fucking red districts. You know, that's the problem, because there's like, we have Democrats that are representing mostly red voters. And that's hard to fathom for some of the Democratic coalition. They don't really have that problem, okay? They don't really have that problem. Like, they're not winning deeply blue districts, but we will sometimes have a conservative Democrat win a deeply red district, right? And that is also makes our party complicated. But yeah, so when I saw this though, guys, I was just worried about how we're going to be able to make nice, okay? That's, you know I don't want to belabor this, but you know, I think we're getting into primary season. And I did want to say somebody here, Okay. Somebody mentioned Bernie. Where was it? Said, let me see here. Let me see. Somebody said something about Bernie, okay, that I saw. They said something about how Bernie, like, endorsed Hillary, right? And, Bernie immediately endorsed Hillary. She took forever to do so for Obama. Sick of hearing that shit. And, like, yeah, so the thing about that is like, I'm not absolving Hillary Clinton's role in that fucking scenario, okay? Because Hillary was like super resistant. Like, obviously, after Bernie and Hillary, the best thing that could have happened is Bernie would have become her VP, okay? And if Bernie had become her VP, we would have had 8 years of Hillary and Bernie. A whole bunch of new progressives would have gotten elected to Congress. You know what I'm saying? Like, Bernie should have been Hillary's VP, and Hillary would never in a million years let that happen. And that's a real fucking problem, guys. That's a real problem, though, that I have on the Democratic side of the party, is that, like, there are, like, you know, staunch Dems that won't, like, include the progressives into the coalition, which is why, guys, when I see Hakeem Jeffries and Kathy Hochul and Zoran and AOC, like, hanging together, that brings me some hope, man. You know what I'm saying? That brings me some fucking hope, guys. I like to see Hakeem and Hochul and Zoran and AOC working together, because that's the shit that Hillary fucked up, bro. Hillary and Bernie, she should have made Bernie the VP, not Tim Kaine. I mean, Tim Kaine's a good, like, lawyery guy, but fuck that guy. That guy's fucking boring as shit. That guy inspired zero fucking excitement. Okay, Bernie had a fucking grassroots movement, man. You make Bernie the VP, and, like, I don't even know if Bernie would have taken it. Maybe Bernie wouldn't have taken it. I don't know. But you make Bernie the VP, and that's a slam fucking dunk, bro. And Trumpism never happens. Okay? And tell me I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. Okay? Bernie the VP there, and that shit is a slam dunk. Okay? Dude, that I think is a slam dunk right there. And dude, I'm telling you, I emailed Hillary. I did. I emailed her fucking campaign. It was like August, right? Middle of August, okay? Early, like late August. I emailed her several times saying, hey guys, I know I'm just a plebe. I'm a filmmaker in Portland, Oregon, but you need to understand that Donald Trump is running Bernie Sanders' campaign in the Midwest. He's doing it here in fucking Red Oregon too, and it's working, okay? He has looked at the way Bernie resonated with white working class voters, and now Donald Trump is pretending he is like Bernie Sanders. He's like becoming a reality TV version of Bernie for the white middle class, the white working class people in middle America. And if you do not counteract this, if you do not like hire me to make videos or take some steps to counteract this, you are going to fucking lose. Okay? I told them that in August. Couple emails. They responded saying, hey, we appreciate you, but we got this covered. Like, if you want a phone bank or something, here's the fucking number to call. And I watched them fuck it up, bro. I watched them get haughty and not look at the warning signs of what Trump was doing. And Trump played like he was a reality TV version. His reality TV actor guy went and pretended he was like Bernie Sanders in the Midwest. And dude, I literally watched that happen. It was the most frustrating thing I've ever watched in my life. Was like, really? Like, really? This is where we're at, dude? Dude, let's go. Did I miss one? All right, let's go. Let's find it. Where did I miss? There it is. All right, dude. John, how did you stop drinking? Oh, shit. Dude. I mean, I'll tell you how I stopped drinking. All right. I'm gonna make it short, though, because we do have to get to some politics. But here's how I stopped drinking. Okay, so I started drinking late. I started drinking my senior year in high school, and then I OD'd. Okay, I OD'd like one night and had to get like, you know, whatever, fucking oxygenated in a hospital. And then I quit. And then I went to college and I OD'd again. I woke up in the UCLA Medical Center and I fucking pulled an IV out of my arm and paid off $2,000 worth of bills without my parents finding out. This was in 1987. Okay. And so very early on, right after I started drinking, it became notable that I had a problem with this shit. And so I just couldn't shake it though. I became a partier in a fraternity. I eventually decided I wanted to be a partier, so I quit school to play rock and roll so I could just drink and do all the drugs and have all the sex I wanted. And then what ended up happening was eventually it started to get its teeth in me and I fucking had all kinds of addictions, but I would be able to stop them. I had the illusion of control. Like I stopped using needles and I switched from drugs. I quit using meth and just did cocaine. And like I had what appeared to be this magical control power that kept me doing it until I moved to Portland to get away from my codependent mom and I wanted to get sober. Now, during this time, I knew I had a problem, guys. Even though I was living the rock and roll lifestyle, I knew I was out of control. I could tell, like I could see it in the eyes of the people close to me. But so I kept trying to quit. I would always quit, dude. 2 weeks here, 2 weeks there, a week there. Every week I was like, dude, I'm quitting. I'm off fucking alcohol. I'm not doing any more drugs. And I would like go 2 weeks with no drink and I'd be back on. Okay. Then what ended up happening was I got a DUI. Okay. A couple things happened. First, I got busted for possession of drugs and I went to diversion, but I didn't really go to AA. I just took my card to the bar and had people sign it. Like, you know, they give you a card that you have to have these meetings signed. And so I just made up meeting names. It's anonymous. I had people sign it at the bar. Hey, who wants to sign my drug diversion card? Right? People would line up, dude. I would get laid like pulling out my drug diversion card because everyone thought I was so cool taking it to the bar to get signed. That was after I got arrested for possession of drugs. But then I got a DUI, okay? And the DUI sent me to diversion. And this, I'm telling you right now, is a black man who led this fucking like DUI program I had. This was the first change. Okay, I don't remember his name. I remember he was really like Fred Sanford. He had that kind of real expressive, over-the-top personality. But so the day of my first, alcohol program, whatever I had to go to, I went and got drunk with my girlfriend, and then I went to my diversion program. And the minute I walked into the room, he pointed at me and said, "You, out right now, come with me." And I was like, what the fuck is going on? He could smell the alcohol on my breath the minute I walked into that room. And he fucking called me out. He took me down a hallway, sat me in a chair, told this woman, "Call the court right now. We're sending him to jail." And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. And he's like, "I fucking smell the alcohol in your breath." And I'm like, yo, I got really drunk last night. I mean, I'm the ultimate bullshitter. So I spun a yarn right there on the spot. I got really drunk last night. I just woke up like an hour ago. You're probably smelling the after effects. I know I have a fucking drinking problem. I'm not going to drink right before this. What are you talking about? Okay. And I talked my way out of it. They didn't send me to jail. They let me stay in the program. But that guy had my instant respect. Okay. I am just, I don't know, man. He caught me. He called me out. I was able to like bullshit my way out of it. But there was something about this guy that I was like, dude, this guy's fucking sharp, okay? This guy is not like a pie in the sky, like sober guy. He was like, I don't know, man. He was fucking like smart and sharp and like nothing got by him. He had like eagle eyes. He was like tuned in, okay? And so what happened was, that was the first thing where I was like, maybe there is something to get sober, okay? Because I had always thought sober people were like they lost their edge. And this guy still had his edge. And this guy was funny. And this guy was like, like aggressive. And this guy, it was important. It was important, like this life he had. And what he was doing was important. And so I went through the diversion, and I never forgot that guy. And that was the guy who inspired me to move away from my mom, because my mom was super codependent, and I came to Portland to get sober, okay? And I'd always been trying. And then what ended up happening was I got way out of control up here, like horribly out of control, okay? Horribly out of control. And I went way out over the edge. And then I don't know how I did it, guys, but I just quit, okay? I was living with a girl, and we both quit doing drugs and alcohol, and we just became incredibly addicted to each other. We didn't go anywhere. We watched movies all the time. We didn't have any real social existence except each other, but we kind of just hid from the world together in a house, and I made music and she worked, and we like fucking like movie 24/7 our way into sobriety. And then I broke up with her, and then I continued my sobriety by becoming a workaholic, okay? I became a workaholic. I toured the country. I recorded a solo record. I was a bartender. I fucking like prided myself as the sober guy. I had street teams all over the country. I had a lot of sex. I did a lot of gambling. I drank a lot of Red Bull, and I smoked a lot of cigarettes. And I occasionally would quit cigarette smoking. I did that for 5.5 years. Okay. I did that. I was sober, but I was fucking running on all kinds of addiction, like just a one-man indie rock band touring the country by himself. So I was this crazy, like white-knuckling sober guy, didn't need meetings. But dude, I was like living on the road like a crazy animal. You know, I was engaging in a lot of, you know, sex addiction and, you know, being addicted to the lifestyle of, you know, being on the road all the time, which is like the ultimate escape from reality as a touring musician. Okay. Now, then what happened was my son was born. And when my son was born, shortly after that, I crashed and I went back to like doing cocaine, and it got way out of control again. Not around him. I was only doing it on the days he wasn't around. I never did any drugs or anything near him. Okay. I separated it. And then I got into another crazy addictive relationship with a woman that was like highly sexualized. And then we ended up like our sexualized relationship got me sober again, the same way where it was like our sex together kept me sober, and I got off drugs again. But then we made a deal with each other. Okay. A fateful night. We said she and I made a pact that we were going to go to AA. Okay. Cause she had said, I feel like maybe this isn't enough to keep me sober. Like I'm really struggling. And so I said, you know what? You probably need to go to AA. And she's like, but what about you? And I'm like, here, you know, I'll make a deal with you to get you to go to AA. I'll go to 90 meetings in 90 days too. So I agreed to go so she would go get the help that she needed. Okay. But I didn't need it. I was fine with the sex and the rock and roll, right? But I made a deal to go to 90 and 90 for her so she would go. Okay. And then when I got in there, it like cracked me open and it all came to the forefront. I ended up going to like 290, and then she and I broke up, and then I continued like years of recovery. And then eventually I found, you know, meditation. I studied Vipassana and then acupuncture, and then I did EMDR and like, so from the start of like me quitting every week or whatever to me actually getting sober and doing it was about 10 years, 12 years, right? So it was like a 12-year process. But like, guys, here's the thing, you know, when you're saying, so it took several times, it did take several times, but if I had it to do over again, man, I would have just done the AA thing right away. You know what I'm saying? I should have done the AA thing right away. I would have saved a lot of years right? And because I could have died, because the problem is when you get sober and you fucking go back and you get sober and you go back, it like you go back in a really bad place, right? Like if you take 2 years off, you go back and it is though you've been addicted for 2 years. You know what I mean? But yeah, but then eventually I got there. But so what really got me was a DUI, right? That black dude, that black fucking powerful man in that DUI, in that fucking program, okay, right? And I mentioned his color because his color is important, okay? Because it was his blackness and his ability to, like, I don't know, man, to be a black man who was living like a fucking, like a man with privilege because of his sobriety was like profoundly affecting for me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. It's like if he had been a white guy, it wouldn't have had the same impact because this guy was like, this guy just knew, you know what I mean? This guy had just been through it all, you know? And like a white guy wouldn't have the same pull. So it was that black guy, right? I don't remember his name, but that guy. And then it was moving, getting away from my mom. And then it was, you know, doing it for several years and having that fail and me realizing, oh shit, I did it myself and it still didn't work. So it was that failure. And then almost like I was out of control, man. Like, and then having the kid. Dude, there was an experience where, you know, I had where like my kid's mom was a nanny and she would take Bryce with her. And I only saw Bryce at the time like 1 day a week because I was pretty out of control. And so I would go over there though after being up all night and coming down, I would go over there and she would take a shower and I would hang with Bryce while she took a shower and then she would take Bryce to her nanny job. And there was something that went on where I would be sitting there and Bryce would see me like discombobulated because I had been doing drugs all night. And I was like coming down, like I was way into the coming down thing. So I wasn't like jonesing and being all druggy, but I was like beat up, right? And he would look at me like, and his eyes, he was really young, dude. He was you know, like, I don't know. He was like fucking 1 year old. But he would look at me and his eyes were kind of communicating like, are you okay? And that felt profoundly fucked up to me because I was like, it's not supposed to be that way. I'm supposed to be looking at him saying, are you okay? And here I am so fucked up that a 1 year old kid is looking at me asking if I'm okay. And I'm like, man, I'm not doing this shit. Because that's what happens. When you are an alcoholic or you have an open addiction, you raise kids, your kids become your caretaker. They become your adult. You pass off the parenting job on them and they parent you. And like, so when I saw him like starting that, I was like, no, man, I am not going to do that to him. Because that's what my parents did to me. I had to grow up really fast. And I had to fucking caretake my parents to the point of me moving us across country in fucking 9th grade. So 8th grade, so I could fucking go to UCLA and shit, you know? And so when he did that to me, I was like, no, man, sorry, I'm not doing it. I'm going to be asking you if you're okay, bro. Like I am going to make that happen. And so I did. And then I also somebody close to me died. Right? This guy who had, you know, been very pivotal when I was making Let Go Afterglow and when I was touring, this guy who really believed in me, I'd known for a long time. He finally got it. He was really fucked up too. And he finally got sober and he was getting his cosmetology degree and he got in a car accident and he fucking died. Okay. Right when he got his life together, he fell asleep at the wheel and he died. And I was working in the bar. He had worked with me. And after he died, all his friends went on like a month-long bender. Like there was one dude like pulled a gun in the bar and smashed out the fucking glass windows. Like these guys got haywire Like they went haywire and I was like, dude, I'm gonna do it for him too, you know? You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna fucking destroy myself because Jonah died, you know? I'm not gonna destroy my kid. Like, it's just not worth it, man. I'm gonna get out, okay? I'm gonna do whatever it takes to get out. And I am the kind of guy, you know, the people who know me, they know that, like, if I want to achieve something, I do whatever it takes. And I fucking, you know, like I said, I've stepped on things and stepped on people, and I have networked and whatever, climbed ladders. I do whatever it takes, man. I'm one of those guys. And so I just applied that ruthlessness to my sobriety. And I did whatever it took to get sober. And I got sober. And in June, it'll be 19 years, right? And it was a hard road. It was a hard road. And I did a lot of therapy. Like, I didn't just do AA, okay? I did AA and I got sober, but then I also did other shit. I fired bad sponsors. I learned how to develop boundaries. I did acupuncture. I studied meditation. I went to EMDR for several years to address the childhood trauma. Like, I addressed the underlying shit too. You know what I'm saying? And so I didn't just get sober. I used getting sober as a vehicle to unwinding my generational trauma. And so what I did was I rolled back to what my mom and dad passed down when they hit me, when they made me grow up to take care of them. I went back and I started breaking those chains, like the shit that wasn't even theirs, that they got handed by their parents and their parents' parents. And I fucking was like, all right, I'm going to go to war with the whole history of my lineage of dysfunction. And I'm going to do this for the rest of my life. And I'm, you know what I mean? And I'm still doing it, guys. It is like I'm sober, but like, I'm not fixed. I am, you know, I mean, this is something you grapple with. You know, I grapple with my ego and my resentment and shit all the time, you know what I'm saying? And like, but there you go. That's it. I don't know. Maybe I'll make that a video. Maybe I should make that a video, guys. I should put that into, that could be a good video, a sidetrack video of like something personal, right? That might be a good, you know, personal story to put out there, right? But there you go. That's how it went. It was a long journey, okay? It was a long journey. Choosing your kid set me on a completely different trajectory. It did, but like, I didn't exactly choose my kid, T-Bone. I did, but I chose me. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I did choose the kid. I mean, I gave up music and I centered myself around being a dad. But there's another element to it, though, because some people center themselves around being a parent, but they get really controlling and they get really like, you know, they use very conditional type of love and they create really traumatized and harmed kids because they end up like choosing their kid and dumping the parenting shit back in there. But like, I chose me, and that meant breaking those chains of the generational shit and putting me first, so then I could be there for the kid without resenting him. Okay? You know what I mean? And that was the key. Like, I chose the kid, but I put me first, man. I was in plays. I took the kid to AA meetings. And he sat there and he quietly sat there for an hour. And he went to AA meetings with me all the time because I chose me. Okay. And I chose like, you know, I was an actor. I would take him to rehearsals. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Because I chose me. I never stopped acting. I never stopped being creative. I went to film school. I fucking, you know, slept 3 hours a night, staying up, working on my film projects and shit because I chose me. I was not going to like sacrifice my love and passion for him, right? But I was doing that so I could be there for him, okay? I was making myself somebody that was so like okay with himself that I could just show up for him. You know what I mean? And like, I've not been perfect. Like Bryce and I, we have a lot of issues, but like, man, I've always been there. Okay. I've always been there and I always will be there. Okay. If he called me up right now and was like, Dad, I am in a fucking broken down situation. I need you to get on a plane and come here tonight. I would fucking be like, I'm leaving, guys. I'm getting on a plane and I'm going to go help him fucking sort that shit out, you know? And I mean, dude, and I mean, I'd do that for fucking Jenny too. You know, I do that for people I fucking care about. Right. But I did choose me. Okay. I chose me. And then, you know, I chose me so I could be there for him. Right. And I did do some strategic things though, guys. There were some strategic things, you know, I mean, I did shit like, you know, like when he asked me to quit gritting my teeth, I did do that. I did strategic things with Jenny, like picking there was a time where we were going through a real rough spot. And even though I'm not like super into Christians and all that, you know how I am with religion, I picked a Christian therapist. Okay. I picked a Christian therapist to be our therapist. And I chose the Christian therapist because I knew that she had an unshakable faith and she wouldn't give up on us, that she believed that anything was possible. So I chose her specifically, even though we kept religion out of it, I chose her for her faith, right? And that woman helped us immeasurably, okay? You know what I mean? Because she was like a certain kind of Christian. She had a certain vibe, but she had an unshakable faith. And it showed in the room, like she was able to help us out. And the other things I did that I thought was really good was something I did with Bryce that was being a parent to avoid, because guys, I grappled with rage issues, okay? Because my dad, I had rage issues, okay? I've always had rage issues. I think most men have rage issues because we are taught that anger is the only emotion we're allowed to have, but we're not taught how to use it productively or how to like deal with the underlying fear. So as men, we all grow up having rage issues and society allows us to have them. You can yell at your employees or yell at your fucking kids, right? Society enables it. So I had rage issues and I didn't want those rage issues to interact with my parenting. So I did two very important things when my son was around 3 years old. Okay. Number one was I gave up caffeine for 8 years. Okay. From like 3 to 11, I gave up caffeine specifically because coming down from caffeine like exacerbated my rage issues. So I gave up caffeine too, to like sober, so I wouldn't activate my rage issues from his increased energy when I was coming down off caffeine. That was number one. That was a genius move, guys. Okay. Number two, that also allowed me to get better sleep and be able to navigate going to film school and doing all the me stuff. Okay. Number two was when I found myself getting impatient and frustrated at the kid's energy, I took him out to public places. Okay. I did. I took him out into public places. Why? Because I was so fucking self-conscious about wanting to be a good parent that if I was in a room full of people watching me parent, I parented really fucking good, man. I would be doting, adoring, I'd read, I'd play with him, I'd never get upset because I was so concerned about making a good impression around all those other people. So I used my insecurity and my need to be a good parent and I put myself out in public so I would just be a good fucking parent, dude. I was better when people were watching me. It's like them being around held me accountable and helped me keep my fucking rage issues in check. And so I took him out in public all the time, dude. And I did it. And I was like, fuck it. It was a great idea. Dude, he got so much like love and patience and adoration from me that he would not have gotten if I had not done that. And what's more, I think it helped me like practicing that behavior of being patient and adoring. I think eventually you practice it enough, it just kind of seeps into you, you know? And then when I met Jenny, she opened me up to all kinds of affection and you know, a sense of like stick-to-itiveness, a vulnerability like Jenny did that even expanded it. Like the only thing that would have been great is I wish I had met Jenny like 5 years before I met her. The only thing is we probably wouldn't have ended up dating because it wouldn't have been the right time. But I became a much better parent after Jenny got involved, you know. But like, you know, I made some really specific choices, guys, to like, you know, to capitalize on my strengths and to try to like avoid some of my pitfalls, you know? And guys, this is a life philosophy that I believe in, that like, I don't believe we need to fix everything. Okay. I'm not like a fix it guy. I don't think you need to fix shit. Okay. But some shit you do, right? Like obviously the alcoholism, I had to get that under control, and the drug addiction and like, you know, the rage shit. There's some shit you do have to like, you have to figure out a way of like eliminating, you know, or making it super manageable. But like some of my real, like there are some things about like my crazy ADD and my mania that I have left untreated because I like the edge. I like the experience of that mania and shit. And for those though, you have to develop habitual patterns that allow you to survive it in a way that it benefits you, you know? And that was one of the things I did with like the rage shit. Okay, I know I have rage issues. I know that when I have the accountability of a public place, I perform better. So I'm going to put myself in the public place and I'm going to practice performing better until it becomes second nature. And like I've always been willing to train myself in new behaviors. And this is whether it's like changing the type of foods I eat, or changing the way my hair looks, or the style, or the career. I go from being a Fortnite gaming creator to being a political guy to who knows what's going to be next, right? So I am malleable, okay? I am not one thing. I can be whatever the universe wants me to be in that given, you know, era. And that openness, okay? That openness has allowed me to, like, I don't know, address a lot of shit. To be, you know, there's a saying, guys, you ready? There's a saying in sports. I was a very competitive sports guy, but there's a saying in sports, if you've done it, to be coachable, okay? And I think it's important to be coachable, okay? And I'm coachable. Like, I let my kid, when he was 7 years old, coach me. Okay, I let him get me to stop like gritting my teeth because it made him feel unsafe. Okay, and he wasn't like directing me or commanding me. He was like, Dad, when you grit your teeth, I feel unsafe. Even though you never hit me, I feel like you're gonna hit me. And so I allowed myself to be coachable in that, like, wow, this gritting the teeth thing that I think is a totally fine expression of anger is hurting this kid. And he's telling me that, so I'm gonna coach that shit out. I'm gonna remove that behavior that I don't need to grit my teeth. It's not making me money. It's not putting a roof over our head, right? It's like, it's this unnecessary behavior that I've expressed my rage as opposed to hitting him like my dad did. And so I allow myself to be coachable. And I allow that with Jenny, with Bryce. Sometimes it's with strangers, right? Brian Tyler Cohen, when I got in a Discord call with him, I allow him to coach me. When Brian Tyler Cohen comes to me and says, you know, this thing you're doing in your channel, I don't think it's working out for you. I listen, okay? And I allow myself, I don't say, oh, he's trying to change me, right? I listen to people. Now, I'm going to listen more to people that are living it. You know, if some like MAGA shitter comes up and tells me you're this, that, and the other, I'm probably not going to live it. They do have to be people that are like living, you know, it's not just everybody, but even sometimes though, you can get coachable moments from terrible people, right? Where somebody who's trying to harm me has given me a piece of advice and they're trying to hurt me with it. But in that piece of advice, there was actually a nugget of gold. And so I used the nugget of gold anyway and fucking booted them. So like you can be coachable even from terrible people, you know? And like I try to remember that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's good or bad, but that's how I rolled and that's how I got here. And you know, it works for me. But here's the thing though, guys, you ready? I think what's important is you have to find out what works for you, okay? And that's just it. And this is the thing that like I've struggled with parenting, right? Because with my kid, I think everything that works for me would work for him, but it doesn't. There are some things where like if he's like me, it's going to work for him, but we all have our own, you have your own mania or bipolar or depression or OCD or whatever it is. You have your own addictions and insecurities and fears and body issues. And right, we all have them. You have your own family of origin, generational trauma, whatever abuse and trauma and shit you have encountered in your life. So then what you need to do is you need to find your own path, okay? You need to find like, you know, you need to find that magic zone, right? Of what works for you, right? And you know what I'm saying? And I mean, you know, I think there is, for me, there is a certain amount of like, you know, a certain amount of it has to do with being of service, you know what I'm saying? There is a certain element of that, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, it can be as simple as, you know, I'm working around the clock, but I'll like make a meal for Jenny, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, I'll like, you know, help my kid out or help a stranger out or what have you, you know, like there is a service element of it, you know, like showing up, you know, and that can be in a variety of ways. You know what I'm saying? I mean, sometimes it, like I do it here in this stream, like where I have days where I just don't want to click start. I don't feel like I have the energy. I feel like I'm getting kicked around. I'm getting beat up. But I also know that like a lot of people in this chat, they come here every night and they're like relying on me in a way. And so sometimes there have been times where I have shown up not wanting to be here and having no energy, but you know what I've done? I've shown up because I know that there's people that need me to show up, and then showing up for those people gives me the fucking energy that they like want me to have. But like I do the act of like showing up, you know, and like I try to extrapolate that concept of like showing up across a great many sort of things in life, because I feel like everything gnarly starts getting super gnarly when you inject isolation into it. Okay. You know what I mean? Like even with drugs, you may start out, right? You may start out like, you know, having social environment and you get pulled into drugs with your friends and your group and peer pressure and all that. But like the drug shit doesn't really go haywire until you start isolating. And that's when it goes off the rails. Like isolation is where, like when you hide from the light of other human beings is when the mold starts growing and the darkness really gets thick, right? So I am a big believer in fucking showing up, you know, even if I'm beat and I'm torched and I have nothing to fucking give. I'm drained. I'm an empty husk. I'm gonna still show up and see what happens, you know? And like, I am a big fucking believer that, right? You know what I'm saying? In that. I am. Let's get to the segment. This is the segment, boss. I hate to break it to you, but this is the segment. You're living it, right? Absurdity is the secret to happiness. Let's go. Dude, absurdity is good, Laura. I do like absurdity, right? Dude, let's go. This is the fucking segment. All right, I'm going to go. Just kidding. Dude. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, boss. Glenn Greenwald. Super slippery about that case. The greatism. Real journalist. 20 years of Spears. I don't know what you're saying there. The greatism American journalist. I mean, dude, I never really liked Glenn Greenwald. Okay. I've never really liked Glenn Greenwald. I've never trusted him. Okay. Seriously. He positions himself as a demagogue. Okay. And guys, I have a problem with demagoguery just in general. I don't care if it's right demagogues and people that sort of position themselves like they're the ones with sort of all of the answers and shit. And like, you know what I mean? I'm real distrustful of that. And there are journalists who will do that, right? Like, I mean, one of the examples right now that I've had recently is like Taylor Lorenz. Okay. Dude, I really liked Taylor Lorenz, but she has become very sort of demagogue where like Taylor Lorenz thinks that she is like the ultimate arbiter of like what integrity means. And that like, you know, her and her little group of approved people are the only people with the unimpeachable integrity. And like that type of demagoguery is like, it's a real turnoff to me, guys, because it's not accurate. Okay. Because we're all complicit in this world, guys. Okay. If you know what I mean? We are all complicit in this world, you know what I'm saying? And like, that's the thing we have to remember, even when we're judging other people's behaviors, you know, when we're talking about AIPAC and we're talking about, you know, genocides and all that, we do have to remember that like we're all profiting off the American genocidal, like enslaved, racist, misogynist, Calvinist system. And every one of us that's making money in here is a part of that thing. Like none of us is like above this system. Okay. And, you know, I don't know, you know what I'm saying is like, we have to remember that like, even if I'm the guy, okay, who's out there being like, I am the most progressive guy, I have all the progressive integrity, I am profiting off the genocidal, whatever, two political system, whatever, right? Like, it is that very system that is fueling my super integrity. And so, like, even if I'm bashing all of them as like they're doing all the wrong shit and they're fucking this world up and we need to boycott and stop supporting them, I am still profiting off their world. Okay. So I am as complicit as them. So finding a way to manage your integrity while acknowledging that you are also deeply complicit and profiting off this same fucking horrible system that you're trying to dismantle, it requires a constant vigilance and a constant like welcoming like everybody on your side, at least, into the fold and continually reassessing all of our integrity. Like I have to continually question my own integrity and where my money comes from. You know, it was like last night we were talking about banning, right? People were saying, oh, you should drop Amazon. But I'm like, dude, I get paid by Google, by Amazon, by Meta, and by TikTok. I'm not dropping Amazon because I am like hardwired to that shit. I am a Bezos bitch. Okay, that doesn't mean I'm going to serve Bezos' agenda, but I literally make all my income off of these voracious social media machines, okay? Do I try to use that money for good? Absolutely. But like, dude, I do not get to run around and talk about corporate money in politics when I'm literally a fucking content creator, right? You know what I mean? And like, you know, I have to be very careful with that attitude. Okay, as do all of the fucking Twitch streamers and YouTubers and shit that are like talking about corporate money in politics while we're all sucking on the teat of that corporate money. That's how we make a fucking living, you know, because it's capitalism, bro. So like we do have to be sensible about this shit, you know what I'm saying? And,
hey everybody, it's me, Alice.
Whoa, there we go. All right, you know what I'm saying? We do have to be sensible about that, right? You know, so I don't know, dude. I try to remain, you know, somebody said earlier that I'm very introspective. I try to remain introspective, okay? You know what I'm saying? You know? And so, like, it's, you know, right? We're going to have the power to change Bezos. We have the power to elect the power that can make Bezos play fair. Yes, no, absolutely, 𝗙ecie. But you know what else, though? Here's the thing, though, about representative government that bothers me, guys. Okay? This is something I grapple with. Is because you say, like what 𝗙ecie says is very true. You do not have the power to change Bezos, but you do have the power to elect the power that can make Bezos play fairer. But the question is, guys, do we have the responsibility to try getting elected so we can be the power that we want to see in our elected leaders? And this is the thing that's gnawing at me now, is because I feel like maybe one of the faults of our political system is that we don't agree to take upon the responsibility to run ourselves. We continually play armchair quarterback with our elected representatives, often like having very unrealistic demands of what may or may not be possible from them and expectations. And we don't like make it a responsibility of ourselves to engage in that behavior. Like, I wonder what it would be like if there was like a mandatory, everybody has to run for office once in their lifetime, right? Wouldn't that be interesting? If you had to run for office, if it was like a requirement, like a civic duty, that when you turn 20, you know, I don't know, when you turn 30, right, you have to pick an office and run for it. You get a 2-year leave from your fucking job. Like, what kind of world would we live in if there was a civic responsibility for us to engage with the power system that governs us? Okay. And maybe you lose and shit, but it's like you have to engage with the power system. Yeah. Like jury duty or, you know, like, you know, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You get a speeding ticket and we all go to traffic school. You know, it's like electoral traffic school. No, because we have a bunch of morons and pedophiles and stuff. If everyone was actually cool, that'd be dope. Yeah, dude. Dude, let's go. Dude, I don't know, man. Right? I think it would be interesting. These are the things I think about. Because, guys, one of the things that has started to bother me about politics is like, I have seen that, like, we have developed, like, the internet has brought politics to a much wider audience, and we can get much more involved. We can have access to our representatives and shit on social media. So we have become much more involved in our representative politics. But the one thing I haven't really seen is that I feel like a lot of us don't really feel like it's our responsibility to actually represent ourselves and represent others, right? We're still stuck on, like, our representatives should be doing what we want, but there's like 300 million we's. And when instead we could say, well, you know, we need to be our own representatives in government. And like, instead of like every one of us wanting our representatives to do exactly what we want, we should become our representatives, you know? And that's the thing that is really, like, I'm grappling with. And I'm grappling with in my own life if I need to do it, if I need to at some point run for office so I can actually become a part of the representative government instead of just always complaining about the government. You know, like, do I have a responsibility as a citizen to get involved with the power structure that I live in, right? Because when you think about it, we live in the power structure. I benefit from it. I profit off of it. I own a home because of it. I write this American historical thing, and there's this whole power structure that has been created since the dawn of America. And I have all these profits and proceeds and assets from this power system. Do I have a responsibility to go in there and do some of that work and go in there and put myself in there and change it and adapt it because of all that it's given me, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I think maybe I do. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure, you know, and this is 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀. Okay. She does these shirts. She's done them twice. The love shirts. She did the first round. I bought them way back in 2019. It was for charity for abortion rights. And then she did them recently for the LA fires, to raise money for the LA fires. And 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀, she was a former adult entertainer and actress and DJ and fucking online personality. She's a pretty amazing fucking human being, right? Right. She is. If you look at her career and look at the way she advocates, she's a fucking power source, boss. Right? So much more than what people just a lot of times look at her at just her, her early career, right? And they get heavy into the judgment of it because they have weird sexual issues and they can't see sex work as legitimate, right? You're familiar with her work? Nice. Dude, yeah, no, she had a very unique methodology with her work too. Right? Yeah, no, I've always liked her. Yeah, no, she is a streamer and she is she's a streamer and a traveler and DJ. Yeah, she does a lot of shit. Dude, I venture to guess, I've never met her, but I think she's probably a lot like me, that she's pretty based. Has Bryce found a job yet? No, Bryce has not found a job yet, right? He is not. He's fucking working on it. All right, let's go. Politicking, guys. All right, what do we got, dude? Dude, we gotta look at some of we looked at Trump shitting himself. I think we have to look at this Blanche shit. Let's just run through some of this stuff. All right, we're going to blitz through, right? We may bump Tucker again. Again, guys, I hate to say this, but Tucker may get bumped because Tucker and Cenk are not super important in the whole deal. Let's be honest. They're entertaining, but they're not that important. But let's look at this. Okay. Dude, this shit. All right, we got to look at some of this shit because this shit is crazy. Okay, you ready? So Trump, look at this shit. I bookmarked some shit that we're going to watch. Okay. Because Trump is zonking. Okay. Neither is believable. Yeah, no, let me go. Guys, I'm going to play a song. Let me go to the bathroom. I'm going to go get some candy. I have not had I've had no rock star tonight because I was kind of planning on fucking getting my sleep schedule on. Dude, let's go, Boston Brian. Fuck ice, indeed. But I'm going to go grab some snacks, okay? And need to eat. I ate. Dude, Jenny and I went and saw 𝗫𝗏. We went and I ate at the theater. I'm going to go grab some candy and maybe a little bit of coffee and go to the bathroom. And then we're going to come through. We have to roll through this Donald Trump shit, okay? Because what is happening, guys, let me set the stage for this before I go, okay? This is for you to chew on. Okay, so the stage is that they were supposed to release all the files, okay? Then they fucking hemmed and hawed. They've done bullshit redactions. This shit is the way they've done this, illegal, bullshit, ineffective, whatever. They didn't release a whole bunch of stuff, okay? They released shit. They released some salacious shit. They released enough stuff that it's going to take us months to go through, but they have not Okay, they have not released it all. They're hiding a whole bunch of stuff. They're hiding a whole bunch of really important stuff. And they're hiding a whole bunch of stuff around Donald Trump and their fucking shit. Okay? You know what I'm saying? And they're done. They have no intentions of doing any more, guys. Okay? They are going to just try to move this shit on. Okay? They're done. They're not releasing anything else. They're going to claim there's investigations. They're going to move on to trying to take control over the federal elections. Okay? They're right. Yeah, they're not doing anything, dude. They're just putting this out. They're going to grill Bill Clinton. They're going to make something with Bill Clinton, and then they're probably going to pretend like this shit don't exist. Right? And they're going to require us to win the House. They're going to focus on trying to rat fuck the election so they can take the House, and then they can usher in the rest of the Project 2025 agenda, because they know this only gets a light shined on it if we take the House. Okay? That's it. If we don't take the House, this shit is gone forever, bro. Okay? And so they're going to focus on the SAVE Act and fucking with the elections, maybe creating some Maduro cheated with Democrats narrative. I don't know. Dude, Tiana, thanks for showing up. I appreciate you and the real life relatable you share. Let's go. Let's go, Tiana. Thank you. Thank you, boss. We appreciate you too, Tiana. So anyway, though, the reason why I'm setting the stage here is because we have to look at the tack they're taking now. They're like, Trump is now like, hey, I'm not even in there, guys. He's like, what are you talking about? I had nothing to really do with this, right? Brett Ratner's trying to distance himself with Melania's documentary. They're pretending like Melania's, AstroTurf documentary deserves an Oscar. They're ready to just pretend like Trump never did shit. Like he ain't even in there 30,000 times. And Todd Blanche is all, it's not illegal to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, it is. Okay, I'm sorry. If you're partying with Jeffrey Epstein, that shit's illegal, bro. Dude, that shit is, at the very least, you need to be ostracized and booted from fucking society for that shit. Partying with him? Like, come on, bro. If you attended a business luncheon with him, I'll give you that. But if you're partying with that fucking guy, right, you need the slap. All right, let's be real. Let's be real, dude. All right, I'll be back in a minute. Hold on, let me go grab some shit.
Do you need anything like I need I've got no place to
Let's go. Need anything like I need you. It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? Oh, do you need? Let's go. Yeah. Did I pick all the crackles out? You have one of those group candies? I tend to eat all the crackles. All right. I guess we're going a little late tonight because we're going to cover the news, boss. We're going to get in here. We got to look at this Trump shit, though. All right? Now Trump is threatening to sue everybody. Have you guys noticed that? Right? Have you guys noticed that Trump is now threatening the lawsuits? Which we know are going to end up like Benny Johnson's suit with Milo, as in it's going to be filed in the court of never going to happen. I mean, I would love to see him sue Michael Wolff, right? Like, please, look at what he says. He says, not only wasn't I friendly with Jeffrey Epstein, but based upon information that has just been released by the Department of Justice, Epstein and a sleazebag lying author named Michael Wolff conspired in order to damage me and or my presidency. So much for the radical left's hope against hope, some of whom I'll be suing. Additionally, unlike so many people that like to talk trash, I never went to infested Epstein Island, but almost all of the crooked Democrats and their donors did. Now, first off, we don't know that Trump never went to that island, guys. Okay? We don't know. And maybe he didn't go to that island. Maybe he went to fucking New Mexico to Zorro Ranch. We know Trump hung out at Palm Beach, and we know Trump hung out all over New York. Okay? Trump was like Epstein's best friend for like 15 years. Okay? Like, give me a fucking break, bro. But you see what they're doing, right? They've released this shit and they're trying to release it all that creates a narrative of like Trump was innocent. Right? Right? And they say Trump never got a massage. Well, a lot of these guys that were part of the trafficking thing never got massages. The massages were an Epstein thing. Right? Yeah. This is like some premium horse shit they're spreading here. Okay? But I think, guys, what I think is really telling is this. Is Donald Trump never talked about Epstein, okay? Like, literally 6 months ago, guys, he was saying it's a hoax. Remember? A Democrat hoax? And they're saying, oh, there aren't any files. Oh, this, that, or the other. Then they closed the case. This is a hoax. And then he didn't talk about it. And then they released everything they could to build their whatever narrative of the release. And now he wants to talk about it. Now it's like not a hoax. And now here's the narrative. Michael Wolff and Epstein were conspiring to get me. I'm the real victim here. Okay, that's Trump's new message. Is he's the real. If there's a real Epstein victim right now, it is Donald Trump. That is the victim. And meanwhile, guys, look at what they redacted, bro. Can you believe this shit? This is an actual picture that they redacted, guys. Let me show you this, dude. Where is it? It's this one. This was in the release. That's Donald Trump, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck, bro? They redacted him, dude. And meanwhile, a whole bunch of photos were naked women, okay? They released a whole bunch of photos where there were women fully naked and unredacted. This was a huge fucking scandal. Okay? It's right here, New York Times article about it. Government published dozens of nude photos in the Epstein files, which showed young women, possibly teenagers, with their faces visible, and they didn't redact it. And then they redacted shit like Donald Trump, or they redacted like Epstein's lieutenants. See, I don't think it's incompetence, guys. I think this is specifically targeted. They have specifically targeted this release to continue shaming and denigrating the victims and creating a climate that like makes it inhospitable for them to press forward. And then they've are protecting Trump, and they're trying to like dump the issues onto other specific people. Bill Clinton, Michael Wolff, right? You know, they are, you know what they say, guys? If you control the narrative, you control the game, okay? And sure, they're also incompetent for sure. I'm sure they've like certain things they've missed simply because they're incompetent. But like this kind of shit, dude, this kind of stuff, that ain't incompetence. Okay, that is purposeful. All right. I'm telling you right now, too. Okay. We have talked about their specific technique of releasing these FBI tip reports, guys. So they have released the most salacious, unbelievable, outrageous, like crazy sounding FBI tip report shit, but they have not released any of the corroborating evidence of whether the FBI went and investigated that. What did they find when they investigated this? They've just released the tip reports. And that's fucking problematic. That is a technique to release this really outrageous shit, to make it sound crazier, like larger than life, to stir up conspiracy theories and all that stuff, or make things that are somewhat easily refutable. And then it makes the real shit like a little harder to find. Okay? But they're very strategic what these idiots are doing. These fucking, right? These assholes. All right? So let's look through a couple of these things. Here's Michael Wolff. Okay? He's responding to some of this stuff, right? Because he's being threatened again by Trump. Here we go.
I woke up this morning and found that last night Donald Trump had threatened to sue me. Again. I think this is the third or possibly fourth time the President of the United States has threatened to sue me. Apparently, he was asked about his reaction to the 3 million pages of Epstein files that had been released. And his response was that, well, he was going to sue Wolff, a writer, because I had conspired with Epstein to frame him, I think was his point. And yes, I tried to encourage Jeffrey Epstein in any way I knew how to come forward with what he knew about Donald Trump. And actually, Epstein had started to do that. In my book, Siege, Epstein talks about his breakup with Donald Trump over a piece of real estate in Palm Beach. Now, 3 weeks after that book was published, Epstein was arrested by Donald Trump's Justice Department. As you may also know, Melania Trump threatened to sue me because I said she was part of Epstein's social circle.
See, this is really interesting, guys, because, the thing about this is it's like, who's the ringleader? Okay. Everyone's like, Epstein's the ringleader. And, you know, everybody else were just drawn into this billionaire thing. But like, Trump is a ringleader of his own. I don't know on the whole sex trafficking thing. I know there was some going on with Eastern Europe and his modeling agency, but there's more going on with Trump that Epstein knew about, which was that Russian oligarch money. Okay. Yeah. It's that Russian money. Okay. Because that was the real downfall is for a lot of this. Trump is one of the ringleaders because of that Russian money, because Trump, he couldn't get money anymore in the US. And you may have noticed he doesn't get money here. Like right now, he's all in Russia and fucking Saudi Arabia. Okay. You may have noticed Trump is heavy in the Saudi Arabian Peninsula right now. But it was during the 90s and the early 2000s, it was Russia. Okay. Trump got a bunch of Russian money to buy a property that he undercut from Epstein. And then he sold it to the same guy who bought it for like twice as much money, like a couple years later. I mean, there's some dirty money laundering going on with Trump and Deutsche Bank and him, you know, helping Russian oligarchs funnel money through his casinos and businesses, what have you. Like, yeah, the banks fucking gave up on him a long time ago. So there is a, like, Epstein could have brought Trump down. And so it's really weird that Trump is consistently surrounded by people who were in Epstein's orbit. And then, you know, the minute Trump became president and this started, you know, Jeffrey Epstein's name started coming into the general public, he ends up dead. Right. And that's weird, guys, you know, but I don't know, dude. There is so much about Trump that, like, the man should be in prison. I just know it.
Which we can see in these latest emails that I turned around and sued her for trying to intimidate me. This lawsuit gives me the power to subpoena Mrs. Trump, Mr. Trump, and all their friends to talk about the Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And by the by, I raised $800,000 in a GoFundMe campaign to fund this lawsuit.
Dude.
So bring it on.
Dude, 800 grand. See, this is what we need, guys. What we need, here's all we need, guys. We need somebody who's willing to sue them, right? And not back down. And we need like a billionaire who's willing to drop, you know, $500 million on the thing. That's what we need. That's all we need is a billionaire or a funding source and somebody who's willing to go through the rigmarole and like, fuck these guys, bro. I want this thing taken. I want the discovery so bad. I want to see them deposed, Melania and Trump. I want to see them fucking get asked about all this shit, take the fifth. I want them to, I wonder if they can pull in. See, I wonder if we could sue the government related to this, sue the FBI, because it really looks like the FBI has been, you know, complicit in this, guys. Okay. And I know that's hard to accept, but like our governmental law enforcement, whose job it is to hold our powerful people, our leaders accountable, that governmental law enforcement is like dirty here. And they have hidden this and thwarted this and covered this up and made this go away, you know, and for a while. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? For a while, it's been going on. 20 years, you know, almost 20 years. It's fucking, you know, it's hard because, you know, It's not hard to accept. It is hard for me to accept, you know, because the thing about it is like I expect a lot from those institutions, you know what I mean? I don't just write it off as, oh, they're all crooked and shit. I'll buy that, right? I think there's a lot of people that are trying to not be crooked, and I don't want them to be crooked, you know what I'm saying? You know, you'll have a window of opportunity between them taking a dirt nap, the tech bro mutiny, right? Dude, they are corrupt to the core, but if I go steal a loaf of bread, I'm going to jail. I know. I mean, Allison, that's very real. Like, it's not supposed to be that way. Like, we need these people in power to be held accountable. Like, you can't have a fucking sane society where the people that are up at the top have no accountability and we go to fucking jail for the tiniest shit. Like, that shit don't fly with me, you know?
I believe that if the American public knew the real nature of Donald Trump's long relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, they would turn away in horror and revulsion.
I know they would.
So sue me. Let's sue each other. I have nothing to hide.
Dude.
But Mr. President, you surely do.
Dude, there we go. Well said. All right, dude, I like him when he's like 2.5 minutes. When he goes in the 8-minute rants, dude, I can't handle it because he talks too slow. But now, guys, like I said, Trump has not talked about this for months. Trump has been, why are you guys still worried about Epstein? I thought that was over. Epstein's a hoax. But now Trump wants to talk about Epstein, guys. Right? And now Trump is like, hey, he's like, dude, today, guess what? It's Epstein time, guys. Hey, Epstein. Dude, I never knew. Epstein who? I never knew the guy. What are you talking about, right? Look at this shit.
The amount of time that's being wasted. You know, when Epstein was alive, like 10 years ago, nobody cared about it. But they're only doing it. But now it's really hitting back on them because Bill Clinton is such a big part of it. The Democrats are pushing it. And the problem is that it's turning out to be the Democrats that were with and conspired with Epstein. So I think you're probably going to see a little pullback from them.
I don't think you are.
They were working together to try and help me lose the election. But this is the Oval Office, so I guess that didn't work out too well. Okay, one more question.
Dude, yeah, you see that shit, though? Oh, it's all the Democrats. It's all Bill Clinton. Oh, they were conspiring against me. I'm the real victim. See, dude, this shit bothers me, okay? It does. It bothers me, guys, because when he says nobody even cared about this 10 years ago, are you shitting me? There's 1,000 women who fucking cared about this 10 years ago, you degenerate grapist fuck. Like, what are we talking about, dude? There are thousands of women who cared about this. It has been nothing but horror in their lives, okay? The children, for the love of God. It's like nobody knew about it because the government was covering it up. Because your former labor secretary, Alex Acosta, helped them cover it up, okay? Because you guys covered it up. Because you guys had him killed. You know what I mean? Like, you guys didn't even, Trump's DOJ didn't even search Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. You know what I mean? And they prevented the local cops from searching it. And then they didn't search it. They haven't even investigated this thing. So yeah, people cared, right? And he's like, oh, the Democrats, they're gonna pull back now. No, dude, I think we pedal to the metal, don't you? Don't you think we pedal to the metal? Like, I think we pedal to the metal. Like, I want to read every document. I want to make 10,000 fucking videos about this over the next 5 years. Like, I shit you not. I want to make a video about this every day for years. Okay? You know what I mean? Seriously. Like, this should be one of the number one things we talk about. Every time he shows up in public for a press conference, we need to keep asking him about it, asking him about the new thing, and we got to get the rest of that shit. There's 2 million more pages, guys. We got to get the rest of that stuff. Okay, there's more. You ready? All right, here we go. Oh, this one. You ready? Here we go. Yeah, this is a good one too. Okay. Dude. And again, right here, I know he says, I never went to the infested Epstein Island, but almost all of the crooked Democrats and their donors did. So, dude, Trump was a Democrat. Okay. Trump was a Democrat. So like he was the crookedest Democrat back then. Okay. Right. He's like a Republican, whatever, but he was a Democrat. And what's more though, guys, is we don't know that he didn't go to the island. Okay. We don't know that he didn't go to the island. And we also don't know that he didn't go to Zorro Ranch either. But you didn't have to go to the island to be engaging in this stuff, guys. It didn't just happen at the island. Okay. You know, and yes, he was a Democratic donor. All right. And dude, Lutnick. Yeah. See, that's just it. Why are 47 of Trump's associates involved in this thing? Like everybody that Trump is close with or has ever been close with in his whole life is deeply entangled in this shit. If he said he didn't, that means he did. Yes, that's true. But everyone, dude, even with Bill and Hillary Clinton, like you might have Bill Clinton connected, and sure, Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker, right? They fucking or is that Chris Tucker? Dude, I always fuck him up with fucking what's his name? It was Clinton, Spacey, and Chris Tucker that went to Africa, right? Wasn't it? Right? You know what I mean? And like, and I'm not really worried about the horrific stuff just yet, right? We'll get there. We'll get there. But so they went to Africa. That was the big thing, right? That was the big thing but like, if you look at Bill Clinton, other than, you know, Reid Hoffman and a handful of whatever people that were around, they're sharing the plane, whatever, there's not like everybody in Bill Clinton's orbit is not in these files. There are certainly a couple people in Bill Clinton's orbit that are in this shit, but like not everybody. Okay. There certainly was an element of Bill Clinton and Epstein that was about philanthropy and was the fact that Epstein had a bunch of connections in Africa through Ivory Coast, through Ehud Barak, through Israel. And Bill Clinton was like getting deeper into Africa through Jeffrey Epstein's connections. Okay. Now, there are certainly a bunch of people. There are some people in Bill Clinton's orbit that are involved in this thing without a doubt. But like, dude, it is different with Trump. With Trump, everyone, literally everyone in Trump's orbit, everyone is in this thing. Okay. Trump's donors, Trump's cabinet members, Trump's former cabinet members, Trump's friends, his business partners, his bankers, his like everybody in the Trump orbit is so deeply entangled in this thing, whether it's his family, his social connections, his business partners, the people he's put in his government. Like, yeah, his lawyers are involved in this shit. Like all of them, dude, you know, and that's weird, dude. That is fucking crazy. Okay. That is just crazy shit, man. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, no, I have noticed like all of these guys, these MAGA influencers, they're not doing anything. Okay. None of them are even talking about this, guys. They look at that. They got their binders. Remember Epstein files phase 1. And now they're like, you know, if they do mention it, it's about Bill Clinton, right? That's it, right? Bill Clinton is a corrupt slime. Dude, Bill Clinton is fucking smarmy for sure. I don't know how deep down the rabbit hole he goes, but he is fucking smarm without a doubt. I don't think he's on the level of Trump smarm though. I honestly don't. I know that Bill Clinton is smarm, but like, I think Bill Clinton is fucking, you know, sex addict, power abusive male smarm. Okay. Southern charm and power to get laid and fucking, you know, all kinds of shitty power dynamic, like sex abuser smarm, right? But Trump is like mobster, like you end up with a fucking concrete block tied around your leg in the fucking ocean smarm. I think there's a difference, okay? I think Clinton is a sex addict party boy, yes, very much so, who, you know, with fucking Monica Lewinsky, total sex pred, okay? But Trump is a hanging out with the Russian crime syndicate kind of fucking mobster sort of deal. You know what I mean? Like Trump is like will have you and your family murdered, and then he will go and fucking have a slice of pie and tell you how victimized he was by having to kill your family afterwards. Okay? We're talking like Trump has zero. Like, I don't think there's a red line in any type of behavior that Trump would not cross. And I do believe there are a bunch of red lines with Bill Clinton that he would not cross. Okay? I think Bill Clinton has some red lines, but I think Donald Trump has none. Okay? If it's between him needing to do this thing to you and him getting what he wants, there is all bets are off. Okay? And I've known some guys that are kind of like that. They certainly didn't have the power and the money that Trump had. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I don't know. And I could be wrong about that. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. He would kill his own base. He would. I mean, dude, he's kind of is killing his own base. Clinton was part of the Arkansas mob. All right. Yeah, I guess I just don't think the Arkansas mob is really like, I don't know. Maybe I don't take the Arkansas mob serious enough. But yeah, but I don't think they're on the same level, right? I don't, man. I just don't think they're on the same level. I mean, because at the end of the day, I've at least seen Clinton over the course of his life, like, even if he lies and shit, I've eventually seen him acknowledge his wrongdoing and fucking lay claim with it. And I have never once seen Donald Trump ever take responsibility for a single fucking thing he's ever said or done. I have never seen him not lie ever, right? You know what I mean? And like there's some element of Bill Clinton, like, you know, even with his humanitarian projects of trying to do something, right? You know, and like, you know, there's a brand new highway in Arkansas for the cocaine airport in Mena. I mean, I don't know, dude, it's a big product here in America. Dude, it is, right? I mean, I don't want it to be, but all right. Anyway, we're not going to argue about Trump Clinton. Trump is definitely worse than Clinton. All right, here we go. Let's see what we got.
And no, he made a statement about me and Jeffrey Epstein. I have nothing to do with that. I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And in fact, if you look at the DOJ, they announced, they released 3 million pages. It's like this is all they're supposed to be doing. And frankly, the DOJ, I think, should just say, we have other things to do, because that whole thing has turned out, I mean, other than Bill Clinton and, Bill Gates and lots of people that there are a lot of questions about it, but nothing on me. But it was even sort of better than that.
Nothing on me, he said.
Because they found that Jeffrey Epstein and this sleazebag writer named Michael Wolff were conspiring against Donald Trump to lose the election. So,
dude, why does he say that shit? The way he says that, conspiring against Donald Trump. It's like, yo, like, stroke victim, you are Donald Trump, dude. Right? Nothing on him. Nothing on him. The way he talks about himself in the third person is a sign that there's some issue. There's like a sociopathic shit with him, dude.
Jeffrey Epstein and this sleazebag writer named Michael Wolff were conspiring against Donald Trump to lose the election. So Epstein was conspiring with a writer for me to lose the election.
You already said that,
so
buddy.
Right there, you know that I had nothing to do with this guy. But yeah, it's a terrible thing. The amount of time that's being wasted. You know, when Epstein was alive, like 10 years ago, nobody cared about it.
Dude, he said, I had nothing to do with this guy, right? Like, bro. Like, and now he's going to launch into the part. Oh, yeah, 10 years ago, nobody had anything to do with this guy.
Like 10 years ago, nobody cared about it. But they're only doing it. But now it's really hitting back on them because Bill Clinton is such a big part of it. The Democrats are pushing it. And the problem is that it's turning out to be the Democrats that were with and conspired with Epstein. So I think you're probably going to see a little pullback from them. But think of it. They were working together to try and help me lose the election. But this is the Oval Office, so I guess that didn't work out too well. Okay, one more.
Dude, yeah, dude, he's dirty. All right, now watch this. Now we have Blanche here, dude. Right? Of course. Dude, Blanche with fucking, who else but Laura, the Botoxed fucking donkey Ingraham. Dude, wow. Dude, I don't know. I think when I think about Republican women, guys, I don't know if there's anybody more craven than Laura Ingraham. I mean, maybe like Laura Loomer, definitely. And maybe Kristi Noem. But I think if you pick the three most craven, sociopathic, dysfunctional women out there, I think it is Laura Loomer, Kristi Noem, and then fucking Laura Ingraham, right? Megyn Kelly, yeah, maybe. The thing about Megyn Kelly though is Megyn Kelly is a craven, like, degenerate, but she also has an element of her that is like still like sort of fun loving. I hate to use that word, but you know what I'm saying? She still has a pretend side of her that seems like rational and compassionate, whereas Laura Ingraham is just a fucking ghoul, dude. She, like, I never see Laura Ingraham ever say anything that even sounds like she's being a rational human being. Laura Ingraham is just like, I want you all dead right now, right? How dare you? Like, you should all be fucking put to death, and I want to watch. Dude, Ann Coulter, yeah, she's another one. But Ann Coulter, though, is like, doesn't have any power anymore, really. I think Ann Coulter doesn't have... like, she's a ghoul, but Ann Coulter is like, doesn't even, like, she has no power. She's just, at this point, she's like trying to get some attention. Nobody even fucking listens to her. But yeah, Laura Loomer is probably the cravenest. Okay. And then Kristi Noem is up there, but like, man, there's something about Laura Ingraham that is just like, it's like she's like vapid. And there's nothing in there, dude. There's just an animal of retribution and disgust.
Well, some of the people we saw on camera at the rallies. Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted?
Well,
Any
look,
chance?
I'll never say no. And we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And dude, some of these men may have done horrible things. And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
evidence.
Are
there videotapes that you all have? Or well, some of the
oh, dude, I want to hear the videotape question. Dude, where's this? This cut off, dude. We got to find the rest of this. I want to hear the videotape question. So I didn't realize she went there. But dude, see, here's the deal. I will give him that it's not illegal to email with Mr. Epstein. It's not illegal to have attended a business luncheon with Mr. Epstein. But I think if you are partying with Jeffrey Epstein, I don't think there's a chance that you can party with Jeffrey Epstein without being privy to the way Jeffrey Epstein parties, guys. I draw the line there, okay? Everybody, like, we know if you went to a business luncheon with him, you were at a social function with him, somebody else's house, sure, you may meet Jeffrey Epstein, you may be there, whatever, it's just a social engagement. You're at a party. But if you're partying with him, if you're at his house, you've seen the naked pictures, you've seen all the, like, drawings and pictures of many of, like, people that are way too young. Like, if you've spent any time in his house, you 100% know everything that he's about, okay? And partying with Jeffrey Epstein, if you were at a party at somebody's house and Epstein was there, that's one thing. But if you're partying with Epstein, you're at his house or you're on his island and you're partying, like, give me a fucking break, bro. Okay? Like Lutnick is lying, bro. But dude, I want to see this. I want to see this question about, let's find the follow-up of that about the videos. All right? Let me see. Maybe we'll find it on YouTube. Maybe, I don't know if it's up. No, I don't think it. Yeah, she doesn't always put her show up for a couple of days because it's on fucking TV. So we're going to have to find the clips here. That's mine. All right. We're going to have to go through. Yeah, dude, Blanche is a dirty dirtbag, dude. Dude, he is. He is like, Blanche is like one of the dirtiest dirtbags out there. All right. Well, I'm going to mark some of these. $54. All right, so that's the same clip. Yeah, see, I want to see the rest about the video, bro. I'm seeing the same clip. Oh, here it is. All right, here we go. You ready?
Some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
Are there
evidence
videotapes that you all have? Or?
They're all released. They're all released. There were some
beyond the ones
not of any individuals, men having improper, sex or anything with victims, but there's videos. They're all released for everybody to see.
The New York Times is also reporting that.
Dude, I'm not buying that, guys. Right? I don't buy that right there. Where he says all the videos are released. There's not any videos, not of any men having improper sex or anything with the victims. Dude, I'm not buying that, guys. Okay? I don't buy it. Okay? I don't buy that at all. Dude, this guy was surveillance fucking king, bro. I mean, seriously? It's like, if you look at it, right? If you look at some of this shit, okay, you look at Epstein's bedroom, dude, there's a fucking camera up here, guys. Look at that shit. This is Epstein's bedroom in his New York mansion. There's a camera up there, okay? There were, like, cameras like this all over this guy's thing while he was having these parties that, it's not illegal to, like, have a party. But, dude, all over the place. You may notice it's decorated in the same blue, like the blue thing on fucking Epstein Island, right? Right? You know what I'm saying? When you look at the images, look at that shit, right? There's Epstein Island's little, right? We have the little thing, and then, this is after they're covering it up, storm season or whatever. Well, look at that. Then his shit it's like, dude, you see the similarities there? You see how this guy has like a fucking theme? Right? That shit ain't accidental, boss. You know what I mean? This guy had a motif, bro, that he worked with. Right? There was some vibe that this guy had that was very specific. Okay, very, very specific vibe. Okay, that blue. Is it Israel blue? I mean, it's got a certain fucking vibe about that. You know, I don't know, man. Right? Maybe it is. Right? But it's fucking, it's nautical. It is nautical as well. Right? I mean, there's probably many different things we can say. But the fact that he's trying to say that all the videos are released, dude, at that point, you got to ask, why are there 2 million, why are 2 million files still being held, guys? You know, 2 million. There's 2 million more, guys, that they're holding. All right.
Some of
I'm going to go back to this other one. There was one more comment here that I had bookmarked. That was this one right here. Okay.
Epstein files. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that names of dozens of victims were left unredacted. These are reportedly women who were minors at the time or haven't come out publicly yet. I know there was an attempt to rigorously go through these documents, redact what was needed to be redacted. How did those names slip through?
Yeah, look, you're right. I mean, there mistakes were made by, you have really hardworking lawyers that work for the past 60 days. Think about this, though. You're talking about pieces of paper that stack from the ground to 2 Eiffel Towers. And so the minute that a victim or their lawyer reached out to us since Friday, we immediately dealt with it and pulled it down, and we're continuing to do that. We knew that there would be mistakes. We put that, I said that to the American people on Friday.
See, you know what's crazy about this, though, guys? Is they've had this shit for a year, okay? They're saying, oh, 60 days, 2 Eiffel Towers. Dude, they've had this shit for a year. And the whole time is, yes, they've been hiding Trump. They had 1,000 agents that were just flagging Trump. And what they've been doing, guys, you ready? Here's the problem, is for the last year, okay, they have not been redacting or preparing this shit in any way. They have exclusively been arranging a narrative that benefits Donald Trump. That's it. That's all they've done for a year, is flag him and figure out what can stay, what they can survive politically, and what they need to bury. And then make sure they bury. And then those women unredacted, I know they did a lot of that shit on purpose because they want to send a message. Okay, they want to send a message that we're going to dox you. We're going to, we're not looking out for you. We're not protecting you. All right, so danger. If you're going to wade in here, everybody's going to know every fucking thing. Okay, they're very clear with that. These guys have always been doing that with their abusiveness with the women. It's part of the game. Okay, it is part of the game. They did it with all the survivors. The Jane Does and shit, they would out them and terrorize them. They would tear apart their families, try to turn the whole narrative against them. They've been doing it to these women for 30 years. And so, you know, they were very clear. They did other shit too, like leaving corroborating details so you could tell who they were talking about. They did it with the Jennifer girl that was like Kimball Musk's girlfriend. They've been doing this shit on purpose.
Everything we did was protect victims, and that's the case today, just like it was on Friday. And what we're talking about, by the way, is 0.002%.
But it matters to them, right? I mean,
it should matter to them.
Yeah,
it matters to me too.
Yeah,
absolutely, absolutely.
See, the other thing we should point out, guys, is you ready? So let's look at what's going on here, though, because this guy on screen, this is Todd Blanche. He is the second in command in the Department of Justice. He is the second highest law enforcement official in America. Okay? He is in charge of this Epstein files case. And there's a man in the fucking files 30,000 times. That man's name is Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump happens to be the president of the United States of America. And this man, who is in charge of the investigation into these files that have 30,000 occurrences of the president of the United States named Donald J. Trump, this guy, Todd Blanche, the second in the command at the DOJ, is Donald J. Trump's personal lawyer. What? So the second to the top guy at the DOJ investigating this case is the personal attorney of the number one guy appearing in this case? So who's he work for? Does he work for Donald J. Trump? Does he work for the U.S. government? Does he work for the American people? We know who he works for. He works for Donald J. Trump, bro. Like, that shit is wow. And then the number one person at the DOJ also works for Donald J. Trump. That's Pam Bondi. Like, bro, this guy has been Donald Trump's personal lawyer for like a decade, dude. You know? This shit is crazy, dude. That is that is the craziest, most corrupt conflict of interest that I have ever seen in a legal investigatory arrangement ever. Like, the only thing that would be crazier would be if Donald J. Trump was investigating it himself. Because what's wild about this is this guy has access to the entire investigation, and anything he says with Donald Trump, the subject of this thing, it can never be like pulled out in a court of law because of their attorney-client privilege. Like, bro, the investigator, everything the investigator talks about with the person being investigated is protected by attorney-client privilege. Like, homie, what the fuck are we doing, dude? Like, this is insane. You know? Dude, they must go down. They must. Like, absolute, like, have to. Like, this is an absolute, like, they have to go down. Okay? Just have to. All right. Dude, all right. So, dude, I think we're probably bumping some shit tonight. There's a couple other things we're going to cover. I want to look here and see what we got, though. All right. Holy shnikes, boss. Dude, this shit is crazy, dude. Dude, Cenk you want to know? Yeah, no, we're gonna bump Cenk and Tucker again. They're gonna get the bump. Because the other thing I want to cover real quick is I do want to talk about Melania, because I think the Melania stuff is really interesting. Okay? And Melania stuff is really hot right now. Cenk and Tucker is like a personal thing for me, but it's not a moment. Like, because again, dude, I would talk about everything here and just do long streams, but like I have to, like, my video audience is a little different than my live audience. And like on the lives, dude, we can talk about anything, but the videos are like, need to be much more specific niche, that it is often time sensitive, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can talk about Cenk and Tucker in the YouTube videos anytime, right? But right now, the Melania shit and the Epstein stuff is pretty time sensitive because it's all happening like right now when people are consuming this. And a week from now, like, Trump will have invaded Iran or some other crazy shit, right? Yes. No, that is like Iron Fist. It's very crazy that Epstein did that Epstein established a trust to handle all his money and the victim payouts and make it harder for victims to get paid out. He consolidated all his shit in those co-executors just a couple days before he died. Okay. But let's look at this. All right. Let's look at Melania here, because, dude, we're being had, okay? Can I just tell you guys, I mean, we know we're being had, but so Melania does this fucking bullshit movie, okay, that is so astroturfal. Look at this right here. It says Melania has already outgrossed 5 2025 Oscar nominees, okay? Now, dude, this, bro, like, what are we doing, dude? Are you kidding me? Of course, it's an article in fucking Breitbart. Of course it is. A Breitbart article. But like, one of the things we do have to talk about with Melania is like, dude, this movie, it's a $75 million film, dude. It is like a not even well-researched, it is a movie made in like 2 months, okay? 75 million they put in this, and it made like 7 million the opening weekend, okay? But there's a problem. We looked at the numbers. We crunched these numbers. These numbers don't make sense. Well, look at what 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗪 found today, which I thought was very telling, okay? But what he found was, where is it? Oh, I think I hold on. So it's on my phone. All right, give me 1 sec here. Got to upload to the Dropbox. All right. There it is. There we go. Look at this. Oh, shit. Shit hell. Look at this, guys. So you remember Paula White, right? Remember Paula White? Right? You know crazy Paula White. Dude, hold on. We're gonna go see Paula White real quick. Right? You remember her because she's the spiritual advisor who like, yeah. Right? Where is she? Let me find her. Dude, I love Paula White. She's crazy. Yeah, the tongues speaker. Okay, she has a very large network, right? She's part of that sort of mega church network. Okay, that mega church network of people that we see. But I want to find the tweet because this is fun and it's valid. And she's one of my favorite crazies in the whole Trump admin. Dude, she is. I'm serious, dude. There are a lot of crazies in the Trump admin, but Paula White is like, she's just my favorite. Okay. Dude, there she is. There she is. You ready? Here she is, guys.
Hey!
Dude.
Hey!
Dude. Dude, I love her, bro. Dude, she is speaking in tongues, right? She is crazier, fucking batshit, okay? She is just, dude, I cannot get enough of her, bro. She is like so, like, outlandish, guys. You know what I mean? I love the crazies. But anyway, so here's what we got. Okay, this is Paula White, right? She was putting this out, guys. She is like sending this to her vast network of evangelicals. Yeah, no, that scream was good, right? That scream, that's like my kind of scream, dude. Right? She screams like I do, right? She is filled with the Spirit. Hey! Right? Oh, shit. But look at this. It says a new film, Melania, January 30th. Book with your group. Buy a group of tickets together. or book a private screening, visit MelaniaTheaterBuyouts.com for more information. Why supporting this film is important. For years, our First Lady's story was talked about but never told, judged without being understood, and reduced when it deserved depth. Supporting this film is about standing up for grace over the noise, dignity over distortion, right? Dignity over distortion, and for the truth. Let's take this film all the way to #1 and help others hear the real story. So let's go to MelaniaTheaterBuyouts.com. Shall we? Shall we visit? Let's go there. Melania. Oh, here we go, guys. All right, we're going to continue to the site. It says it doesn't support a secure connection, so danger, don't give them their shit. But look at this, okay? Theater buyouts, private screenings for groups of more than 30 people or those interested in private screenings for groups of 30 or fewer planning to see the film during the release. Okay, so this is a website where you can roll up. You want to buy less than 30 or you want to buy 30 or more? Make sure my VPN is on. Why am I fucked? How am I fucked? What do they have? They know I'm watching it? Or they can't, like, if I don't give them information, they can't look at anything, can they? Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you just don't want to give them your credit card number or anything, right? But you can look at the site, okay? You can look at the site. I'll be fine. And, dude, they know me. Dude, fuck them. I'm not concerned. But, so look at this. You hear back from the theater within 5 to 7 business days, okay? You can buy out a whole theater, okay? And you can reserve blocks of seats, right? You can buy out the whole theater, blah, blah, blah. The minimum seats for buyout is 50. If your group is under 30, you can purchase through Atom tickets instead of a group buyout, okay? But the thing about this, guys, is they're calling this a theater buyout, okay? You wonder how fresh this site is? I mean, it bounced, guys. It went, if you look at it, right? It went from MelaniaTheaterBuyouts.com. It bounces you to Tower.PaperAirMedia, okay? But here's what's crazy, though, guys. What's crazy is you don't want to give them any fucking details. Like, if you go to this and you fucking use a credit card at this site, like, it's not safe. You know what I'm saying? It is like totally like a predatory website, right? And it forwards you to some other fucking site, okay? Now, again, why is this important? Because they're group buying tickets. So this explains, guys, why there were no full theaters, why her movie was, doing the same as the #1 movie, even though there weren't any full theaters and there was no audience satisfaction, why all the verified 99% Rotten Tomatoes numbers are all, one line with like 8 words each. Okay. And yeah, they're probably scamming people's cards, but they're like mass booking. Okay. They're making, you can buy out a whole theater for your church group. But like, dude, you don't have to buy out a theater. Okay. You can reserve a whole theater and just buy those tickets. Nobody could show up. Right. Or you can order 20 for screening, 20 here, 20 there, 20 there, 20 there. Nobody shows up. You know what I'm saying? Nothing on that side on the Wayback Machine. Yeah, no, this site, like these sites were probably set up like in the last week or something. You know that all of this is like scammy, conning, right? Yeah, donate a screening. And this is what they do, guys. This is what they do with Angel Studios, right? They do this with Angel Studios. Even at the movie, when you go see an Angel Studios film, what happens is you go see an Angel Studios film and they have a thing that says, hey, like scan this QR code and you can pay it forward, buy tickets, right? Because they AstroTurf this, okay? They have people, one person goes and they buy 10 tickets to help the Angel Studios movie like rise up the things, rise up the ranks. But they're trying to group buy this film to make it like the #1 movie. Okay? But it's a con. Okay? Give my credit card to Trump. Dude, there's no way I don't know how anyone would ever give their credit card number to Trump. Like, there's no way. Now, again, guys, I said I'm going to go see the movie. I'm going to go see it. I don't know if it's this week or next week, but I am going to go see it. I don't pay for it. I have Regal Unlimited. So I am going to add it, and I'm going to go and take a photo of the theater. I'm going to show you what I'm seeing there. And we're going to fucking, if identity theft were a movie, dude, right? When is your Trump phone? Dude, you're probably never getting your Trump phone. Okay? I know, the Trump phone, dude. Isn't that crazy? But yeah, so MelaniaTheaterBuyouts.com for a group of tickets, right? Dude, and again, supporting the film, standing up for grace over the noise, dignity over distortion, and the truth. Let's take the film to #1. So yeah, they're conning, guys. Okay? Huge con. Huge Melania con. Okay? And again, dude, they're like posting all this shit. Record breaker. Dude, this shit is a con, dude. It's a record breaker because of MelaniaBuyouts.com, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, cinema score. But here's the deal, though, guys. The cinema score is fake. Okay? It is fake. Right? We go to Rotten Tomatoes. We go to Melania. All right? We go and we look at, oh my God, look at that. Dude, oh shit, dude. The reviews are down to 6%. But look at this, 98%, right? But no, that's the verified audience. When you go to all audience, it's 29. Okay? This movie is a stink bomb. Okay? The verified audience is, but look at the verified audience, okay? When we look at them, we looked at these. Every one, right? That's a 5. Let's go to the verified audience. You look at these, look at that. Everyone is 5, right? Excellent movie. I highly recommend it, right? Dude, most of them excellent. Very well portrayed, but all the details, very well done. So interesting, right? You know what I mean? Dude, fucking great story, inspirational and gritty, right? It was an excellent documentary, very interesting, really enjoyed it, right? I mean, these are like reviews, guys, deep reviews. We really enjoyed the show. Excellent movie, classy movie, loved every minute of it, right? I mean, the wonderful documentary, totally recommend. Dude, it's like either they're bots or they are programmed. Like these are like, somebody's just cranking that out. Dude, you know who's doing this? Here, I'll show you who's doing this. Ready? It's this. Here's who's typing these fucking reviews, bro. Oh shit. Dude, you know who it is? It's like these guys. I can't find the photo. But it's the fucking the Russian guys at the computer. Right? There it is. Right? Dude. That's what it is, dude. I love this movie. This is my favorite movie. Incredible movie. 5 stars. Totally recommend. Right? The pacing was great. The wonderful pacing. What an incredible story. Totally recommend. Right? There it is, dude. That's it. That is the verified reviews in progress right now, dude. Best movie ever. Greatest documentary. She deserves an Oscar. Right? Now, when we looked the other day. When you look at the all audience reviews, you see the all audience reviews have, they definitely have some short ones, right? Oh yeah, it mixes them. The verified ones are short. Some of them are short, but some of these in the all audience reviews are like very, there are some that are really long and more paragraphy, right? So some people, definitely real people on both sides who liked it and didn't like it, did leave like longer reviews, okay? And little more nuance. I mean, there's usually, it looks like there's a little more nuance with some of the critical reviews than the good reviews, the ones that love it, right? It seemed like a lot of the nuance, although here we're going through a spate, bizarre example of bribery. I will say this, the music, I'm pretty certain the music is good. I'm actually confident that the music is really good, okay? That the music is like spot on. A lot of people, even people who hated it, said, wow, the music's really good. And that's what it is. Like, I think it's like a glorified fashion video. Like, I don't know if you guys are really familiar with this genre of content. But so I've been an Instagram guy for a long time. And there are two primary things that I follow on Instagram, right? Well, there's three. One is like music. The other thing I follow on Instagram is photography. But the other thing I follow on Instagram is the fashion industry, okay? Modeling and fashion and like figure modeling and all that kind of shit, right? Like international Paris and Milan models, and then New York models, and some of like the better known like Wrecked magazine and shit like that. The sort of grittier on the rock and roll-y edge type fashion modeling. Okay, now fashion modeling has always had, like, they have cut-ups, okay, that are like short clips from runway shows, from modeling shows, and that are like showing clothing or showing lifestyle pieces of them being on shoots outdoor. Maybe they're cut up with little bits of vocals, but they usually have like banging music, and they're really like fast cut, and they're like style videos is what they are. They're like short music videos that aren't about a band. They're about a model or a group of models or a shoot or a particular designer's style, right? And so I think Melania's documentary is like one of those movies where a lot of it is just that sort of movie, fast-cutting glitz and whatever glamour shit. And then they cut and maybe, she speaks for a second and then it goes to more like every time she's leaving a room or entering a room. I'm sure they do that fashion, like high-octane editing musical thing. I'd be willing to bet. I'm saying that in advance. I have not seen it, but judging by the trailer she's released, they have a like an element to that, right? Did somebody say why? Curious why I follow the fashion industry? Like I've always been a big fashion fan, and like that world, like going back to the fashion and music connection of like the Warhol days. I think maybe it's because I'm a rock and roller, right? In rock and roll, like music and fashion were always like totally aligned in LA, right? You know what I mean? Like for me, fashion was a big part of me being a rock and roller. My personal style was like a really important thing when I played rock music. And like my hairstyle and the way I dressed and where I shopped at Wasteland and, like certain used clothing stores and shit that, aardvarks and stuff, that where there was like the fashion scene and the music scene were always like melded. And I've known a lot of fashion models and people who became like, well-known, like, Instagram models, right? And then there's some that I don't know, like, Reed Morano what's her name, dude? Hold on. I always get her confused because Reed Morano's a director of photography. It is, give me a sec here. 𝗙𝗪𝗏 is one of the well-known ones, okay? That is like an Instagram. There's like a group of Instagram, but Read and Weep is her name, okay? But it's this woman, okay? Read, I don't know what her last name is, but Read and Weep is her thing, right? Not Reed Morano. Reed Morano is a director of photography. But so there are like her and 𝗙𝗪𝗏, and then there's a local woman here in Portland named Kayla that is in that set. So I don't know. I've always been sort of like a little bit obsessed with the fashion industry. And, you know, I don't know. I don't know where it came from, right? I don't know if it came from like, you know, like my own personal style, probably, right? And it was fused with rock and roll. But so I do follow like some of those Instagram, like rock and roll-y edge models. And then I follow some that are like more international. Okay. Like this person right now that I think is, you know, you might hear some of these people later on, but there is a woman right now that is sort of like growing in the modeling realm. She is like international. Wait, where is my fucking thing here? All right, there it is. But this person, her name is Ava, right? 𝗙𝗪𝗏, right? This person, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm telling you right now, right? You might, okay? She, as you see, she's represented New York, Milan, and Greece, okay? She's pretty new to this, okay? But I bet you're gonna like know her name in a more like internationally well-known. I bet within 5 years, this person, 𝗙𝗪𝗏, I would not be surprised if she becomes an actual well-known name in the modeling world, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. It's like watching rock stars on the come up, right? I don't know. I really like the modeling, the modeling world. I think I always wanted to sort of be in it, but I don't really have the chops. You know what I'm saying? I mean, dude, now I'm like 50, but even then, like, you have to be like, I don't know, you have to have the kind of face that just jumps out of the camera. But so what I did is back when I went to film school, like 15 years ago, I wanted to go to design tennis shoes. I almost went to fashion school because I wanted to design fucking tennis shoes, you know, and like I didn't. I ended up going to film school instead, right? Skinny heroine look. I don't, she doesn't really have a skinny heroine look, right? I mean, there are some models that have the skinny heroine look. She has more of the skinny, the skinny sort of like hipless, sort of like international model look. AV does, but there's all kinds, dude. There are like, you know, models that are heavier and there are models that are skinny. There are a lot of models. I really like a lot of them that are androgynous, where they can look like both boys and girls, depending on what they wear, which I think is like, I really like that too, the gender bending stuff. And there's a photographer named Richard Kern that is really good, that photographs. I've got a lot of his books. I'm like into photography as well. But dude, modeling is like nuts, guys. It really is. I mean, it's crazy because, like, you know, people, I don't know, like a lot of people think it's just like skinny, pretty women, you know, whatever, walking down a runway or something. But guys, it is really not. It is like, sure, there are a lot of skinny, pretty women in modeling, right? But there is like an art to the clothes and the type of personality that can sell a look, right? Like if the look has like an 1800s vibe, there are only certain types of faces that are going to be able to pull that shit off. And then like really good models are kind of chameleons that they can do a whole bunch of different looks. And like for me, even back to when my sisters, you know, I've always enjoyed looking through Vogue and Cosmopolitan and those types of like magazines and shit. I've always, I don't know, dude, there's something about glamorous model shoots and chameleons and the expressions and the faces of these people that are modeling like lifestyles and fashion choices and you know, like, I don't know, industries in a way. And so I just love that stuff. And I don't exactly know why, but I've talked about it before, but I don't know, man. I like it, you know, and who knows, maybe one day, 20 years from now, if I make a bunch of money, I'll do like a clothing line or something. Because one of the beefs that I've had too, right, is one of the beefs that I've had is that men's clothing is like not so good, man. Like a lot of men's clothing is like tan, khaki, black, navy, right? The polo shirts and fucking slacks, right? But women have like angular cuts and things that open parts of their body and like different shapes and things and can be off the shoulder. Right, with men, like, you know, if you have European shit, like I wear deep V's sometimes. Jenny hates them when I wear the deep V-necks that go down to the V-necks that go down to here. Like, dude, right? A lot of times you have to buy like European shit to fucking, you know what I'm saying, to get into the good fashionable shit. But men don't really, we don't have a lot of interesting fashion. Our stuff is pretty fucking blah, right? And the women have it way better, man. Paris Hilton. I've always liked Paris Hilton, guys. I have. And like The Devil Wears Prada, remember that movie? Remember that movie? I fucking loved that movie, boss. The Devil Wears Prada. Like watching her, even though they also had her like kind of turn into a snot, but watching her go from somebody who didn't think about what she put on her body to like thinking about fashion and accessorizing like who and what she was is like, that's a journey, right? Like, I think like when you think about it, fashion can be a real expression of your personality. And for me in the rock world, it really was. Now, not so much. Now I'm kind of frumpy. Okay, now I'm like, I wear like themed t-shirts that say something on it and hats and my fucking pajamas because I'm a schlumpy ass fucking streamer and YouTuber editing. But like when I go out, I still like to look nice and wear shit that is like fashionably cut and stuff like that, you know? And you know what I mean? And I mean, I've always been one of those guys that, you know, like I don't wear cheap jeans, guys. Okay, let me just tell you, even when I was poor, I don't wear cheap jeans. I don't go buy a $20 pair of fucking Levi's, right? Maybe I'll buy some cheap jeans if I'm buying them used, but you know, like when I buy a pair of jeans, I'm going to spend like $300, you know, and I'm going to get something that is like tight and skin fitting and fashionable and like, you know, impeccable color and something that it wears like a second skin, right? You know, that is like, that sells my fashion statement of like skinny legs, tapered legs, you know, and form fitting. And like, I don't know, like, I don't know. Do you guys not have that? I mean, I guess some people aren't interested in that. I saw somebody make a comment, right? Where they said, like, somebody said they like the inside more than they like the outside. And like, that's a thing that's complicated for me, guys, because I do like a lot of the outside shit. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't know if it's because I'm an artist, but I do have I look at the outsides of things. And even Jenny, she's tried to help me balance this. Like a classic example is when we would go buy a couch, okay? When I go to buy a couch, I go to buy something that looks like, whoa, sleek, low back, a little bit of 60s, some color, some nice fucking embroidery, and the impeccable trim on the arms. But you know what? It may not be fucking comfortable. It may be the most uncomfortable fucking couch you've ever sat on, right? Because I'm like, ooh, I buy a couch that has the look, right? And so Jenny's like, dude, no, we're going to buy a fucking couch that is comfortable to lay on, right? And I'm like, oh, yeah, that part of it is too. Like, that is kind of important. But I do buy things to look at sometimes. I accessorize things to, like, I like the way things look. I like my eyes need to be, the aesthetics are like really, you know, it's a really important thing to me, you know? If it looks good, it is good. See, I don't agree with that necessarily, right? Because just because something looks good does not mean it is good. But I do like things that look good, right? I do. That doesn't mean though that they are good, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not under that illusion, you know? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not. And I mean, guys, I've definitely, you know, I don't know if you guys have done this, but I've gone through times where I've actually delved into some rather unhealthy relationships because of, like, you know, like liking things that look good. Dude, I have a lot of Venus, right? There's a lot of Venus in my chart. I don't remember exactly where it was at, but there was like, the Venus was, no, I have a lot of Libra in my chart. Like, a lot of Libra in my chart. That's what I meant to say. There are a lot of planets. I have like 6 planets in Libra, right? I can't remember if Venus was in Libra, but I have a lot of planets in Libra that I think is, you know, might have a little something to do with that, right? With that thing. I'm a Libra. I'm on the cusp of Libra and Scorpio. I was born October 22nd, and I had, right, that I know. And I know, like, I did my chart once, and I had a whole bunch of, like, it was like 6 of the 9 planets were in Libra, right? A lot of my shit was in Libra, right? And I think maybe Venus is too, right? I think maybe Venus is as well. I have a lot of Libra. Like heels? Dude, I love heels. Dude, I do. Dude, I wish there were male heels, boss. I'm serious, dude. I like heels. I like platforms. I used to wear a lot of platform shoes when I played rock and roll, right? Right? Libra along with Taurus. Interesting. I didn't know that, right? Let's go, dude. Dude, heels are amazing. Because you know what? The thing about heels, guys, is like, it's like ski boots, okay? Right? You guys, have you worn ski boots? Okay? So the thing about ski boots is ski boots like pitch you, okay? You know, like if you put on ski boots, I love ski boots because ski boots pitch you forward, okay? Because of the way they lock into skis. When you put on ski boots, your posture is interesting because the boots pitch you forward. And so, like, there are things about heels that when you put on heels, and we don't really have heels, but heels, like, do a certain alignment that make your body, like, stand in a certain way and walk in a certain way. And I like that. There's something it does that it, like, with the toes, right? The toes, putting the toes into the game really fucking, like, does something to the way we move, right? I don't know if you guys do, like just walking and putting more pressure on your toes, it does something to your posture that's, like, interesting. It's really, this shit is interesting, you know? Now you see, though, why I got along so well with all my lady friends, dude. Because, dude, I had a girlfriend that we watched Project Runway, and, like, bro, that show was so good, right? Dude, Project Runway, you remember that show? I was born in the year of the rooster. Yes. Yeah, definite rooster. All right, we had another tangent there, guys. Tangents all over. I wish there were heels for men, guys. I wish there were heels for men. How tall am I? I'm like 6 feet, just under 6 feet, right? Venus is the planet of Libra. Yeah. Oh, nice. Your daughter is Regal Unlimited. They will still get money. All right. Well, they're not going to get that much, right? You love the show? Love the Project Runway? Dude, Project Runway was amazing. Dude, I love that shit. But yeah, I'm like one of the few straight guys that is obsessively in love with fashion, right? And yeah, but guys, I'm telling you, if you've never had any exposure to modeling, okay? I know like modeling is like, we're seeing the dirty side with Trump and all this shit, right? Am I a foot guy? Not really. Yeah, not really. I mean, I find feet interesting, but I don't have like a weird fetish thing. I don't like obsess over feet. A foot, like I like giving women foot massages because I know how attuned the foot is to the body. But I don't have a thing where like, oh, I like looking at feet. No, I don't have any of that shit. I don't have any like foot fetishes, like any of that weird stuff, right? None of that shit. But I mean, I like the feet though, because they're heavily connected to the souls, right? Our soul, like our whole body. But so what I was going to say is this Donald Trump and Epstein and shit, these guys were all like predators. And there was an aspect of the modeling industry that was predatory and about abusing and like totally taking advantage of women. And it was like gnarly, okay? But like, there's a whole side of modeling that's not that. That is about people who, that maybe don't look like that much in real life, but when you put them in front of a camera, they literally just jump out of the lens, okay? There are people, I know some of them that you see them in real life and they're just like, whatever. They don't even look that like whatever. They look pretty normal, but you put a camera and some makeup on them and their face just leaps like at you, right? Their energy transmits through a camera. And it's kind of the non-talking version of like me, right? Like if you meet me in person, I don't know. I think I'm better on camera than I am in person. You know, there's something about like I get in front of a camera or I get on stage and there's a magic that I have there. And like their modeling is really about that. It's about people that like in front of the lens, they fucking exude and they tell a story with no words. You know what I'm saying? And it is really like the people that are good at it is like, it is an art to be good at it. It is like, you know, it's an art. And I mean, then there's some people that just look good, but there's some people that are really emotive and like, but it is, I don't know. It's an art that I don't think gets as much credit as it should, because it is an art where the artists have often just been like predators have usually just looked at those artists as like, you know, as like fodder, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, acting used to kind of be like that too, guys. Okay. Like acting was like that way back when, where women, I know you've heard the term sex symbol, right? Remember, acting used to just be women who like looked hot on camera and they were like sex symbols, but they weren't allowed to actually act or to have, you know, like the men did all the serious acting, you know, and now we've evolved. We've definitely evolved beyond that to where like, but man, yeah, modeling is amazing, dude. Dude, I love it. I love it. I would like to go to the Met Gala at some point. I would, you know, maybe one day I get kind of wealthy and develop my personal style to the point that I get an invite. Probably not, right? Because now I'm just a schlumpy fucking streamer in my pajamas all day. Should learn to sew. Yeah, I wish I knew how to sew. I mean, I've done it limitedly, like fixing clothing and shit, right? I've, learned how to like sew my own socks and repair clothing. I've done limited hand sewing. But yeah, sewing, I almost went and got a fashion degree. Bowie was into modeling and fashion. He was. Yeah, no, Bowie was great, right? 1 million people looking at me. We need my kind too. Yeah, dude, I do get energized by people. But I think though, like, I think what's really hard is, and let me just tell you this, guys. I think like modeling is a difficult industry because it gets dismissed a lot that like the people who do it don't have any substance, that they're just like pretty faces. And that means they're not smart or they're not really talented at anything. And like anyone can do it. You're just pretty. And it's like, dude, it's fucked up because a lot of women who are models are very deep and intelligent creatures, but it's really hard for them because nobody ever wants to see beyond what they physically look like. And I think it's a real challenge. And it's a challenge for like really beautiful men and women in general. I think even if they're not models, in modeling, it's even worse. But, you get a certain level of like what's considered beauty and people stop even considering if you have an inside. Like they don't even care to find out about it. And I think it's really hard sometimes for people who have these like, extraordinary perfect features or whatever to be seen as something other than just an object of beauty. And that's a real, I think women to a degree, all women, no matter what they look like sometimes experience that, but it gets really challenging, when they're like, whatever, highly sought after simply because of what they look like, it can be quite fucking mind fucking for people, you know what I'm saying? I mean, imagine, if you were like a really smart, talented, intelligent, thoughtful, really brilliant person, but nobody ever wanted to fucking talk to you because all they wanted you to do was just shut up and look pretty next to them. I mean, it's can be a miserable existence. You know what I'm saying? And like, the term trophy wife doesn't exist because it is true for all women. The term trophy wife doesn't exist because women have no substance. Okay. The term trophy wife exists because men don't care about anything but them being a trophy. And don't forget that, because they treat women like trophy wife means the woman has nothing to offer and she has no depth or no intelligence. And it is some men too. Yeah, no, it's not just the women. It's the men as well. The really pretty men go through this as well. Absolutely. And then sometimes there is sometimes where those types of people, maybe they're so used to being taken care of that they don't develop other, like sometimes there are really empty people because they've never developed their personality because they're used to getting everything you want. So there's a lot of different kinds. You can't really generalize it, but it can be very hard to be beautiful. Dude, I know people are like, dude, shut the fuck up, but it's true, man. But yeah, dude, I like that shit. I fucking like, I don't know, man. I like modeling. I have been going through an 𝗙cie𝗶𝗶 period lately, guys. I've been going, I don't know if you guys do this, but like I'll go down rabbit holes on my phone and then I keep like 10 like Safari windows open. And so right now, a bunch of my Safari windows are like 𝗙cie𝗶𝗶 related. I've gone back into an Andy Warhol factory, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗶, sort of like looking at that early 60s thing. You know what I'm saying? But pretty people problems are just not on my radar. Fair, right? Dude, you do that? I do that. I'm on an 𝗙cie thing, right? Tiring having to turn down so many women. Dude, the bruv party person's talking about women. Dude, only 10, Tommy try 100. Yeah, I mean, dude, yeah, there's a lot, right? Of fucking, I like that shit in my phone. I go on rabbit holes. But all right, Dude, I'm gonna go make some videos. I know today was a lot of tangents. Now we'll get to Tucker and them, and I know we didn't get to a lot of shit, but we did go on some good tangents today. And I know, guys, I know sometimes you get more than the news here. You don't just get the news, right? But welcome. Okay, dude, you love the tangents. I like the tangents. Dude, this shit kind of like keeps me fucking, keeps me inspired, dude. It does. Like, I don't know. I am not just politics, I'm not. Like, politics are like a part of it, but the tangent mobile doesn't have brakes sometimes. Indeed it doesn't. But I think, though, I'll tell you this, guys. You ready? I'm going to tell you when and why tangents happen. I think tangents happen more when I have like slept at weird times during the day and I haven't really researched the day. I think that's when we get tangents. I think when I come in and I have a defined, like, ooh, these are the news stories I want to cover, and I'm really into the stories, we'll cover those stories. But I think days like today, I kind of woke up and I was like an hour before stream and I was like, I didn't even know what I was going to talk about. And on those days, that's when I think the tangents happen the most, is when I'm kind of unprepared. And so then I just get in here and talk to the community, and and we fucking go wherever we go. But guys, I think this shit is actually really important. And you know why? Let me just tell you, because like, I know we want to cover all the news, and I know that we want to know to fucking, I know that we want to like cover all the shit and stay like abreast of what's going on. But I think, let me run something by you that I want you to think. And this is a thing that I've adapted, where it's about the growth over time. Okay. Which means, you ready? I'm going to give you something. So if you went into an endeavor, okay, think about this. All right. You want to play guitar. Okay. Let's just use playing an instrument. You want to play an instrument. Okay. You could play guitar 10 hours a day for 30 days. Okay. 10 hours a day for 30 days. That's 300 hours. And you would develop a certain amount of facility. Or you could do 300 hours by an hour a day for 300 days. And what I'm positing is that your hour a day for 300 days would make you 5 times as good a guitarist as 10 hours a day for 30 days. Why? Because in 300 days, you're going to grow. You're going to change. You're going to have a lot of life experience in 300 days. And the importance is your knowledge and your investigation and your skills building while you are experiencing the ups and downs of life. Okay? And you can't take away that time thing. So like, we could cover all this politics, but like getting to know one another and going on the journeys of who we are and how we got here, how we're developing, the shit we're going through in life, the shit we've gone through in life, is as important to the politics as just reading about the politics. Because the politics is only a thing because it's happening to us as we experience our lives. You know what I mean? Like your experience of Donald Trump going through a divorce is going to be very different than your experience of Donald Trump if you are like falling in love and getting married, you know what I'm saying? Or the same that, being transgender, experiencing Donald Trump is very different than being black, experiencing Donald Trump, or being a woman with SA in her past, experiencing Donald Trump. So I think that human quality of like sharing and experiencing life and the ups and downs and how we got here and where we want to go, I think that shit is really important to the art of like politics, the art of music, the art of living, the art of like, being a parent, the art of being a partner. I just think that stuff is really impeccable, You know what I mean? And yeah, that's true. Each of us has a life experience that where we have all experienced and interpreted this world in our own unique way. You know what I'm saying? And like, I don't know. I think that shit's really important, you know? And I realize though, other people are like, other political streamers are like, you don't really get to know about their life because they're more just, sharing the politics. But I don't know. I've always been a life sharer, you know? That's kind of how I communicate is like, you know, like that storytelling aspect of me, you know? But I think it's important to and maybe you guys do this too, but I know that for me, opening myself to other people's life experiences is really helpful to me. Like I like to read books about shit that people have gone through, both good and bad, right? Reading books about tragedies that people have gone through. I really like the like autobiographies and biographical books and shit. I wish you would say you know less. I don't even know what that means, right? Like, know less. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Vulnerability is one of the hardest but most rewarding things. It is. It is. Dude, I love that shit, though. I read a lot of books about, like, various different people, right? I read books about, like, you know, like rock and rollers and actors and businessmen. Dude, I've been reading a book lately that's really interesting when I fucking, when I go to the sauna. It's by Tom Brokaw, okay? And it was a book that he wrote in 2008, right? Isn't it crazy? He wrote it in 2008, guys, where what he did was Obama was running for president. And so during the year that Obama was running for president, Tom Brokaw went and tracked down all of the people that were like important in the civil rights movement. And he went and checked in with them and said, tell me about how you look back at what you did in the 60s now, reflected in what's happening in America at this moment. And it's a crazy book of him talking to a whole bunch of people that he's known for, 60 years or whatever. And right? Isn't that wild? Dude, it's so interesting. And a lot of people in the book I don't like because they're like conservatives and shit. You know what I'm saying? The expression. Yeah, I don't know what the expression is. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I guess you're assuming something about Americans think they know it all or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I don't, right? But I don't know. I don't claim to know. I mean, I know a lot about my own life. I know a lot about myself, but that's about it. Right? Right? You know. I love you. Oh, no. I'm saying, oh, oh, got you. Yeah, but that's just a placeholder, right? That phrase, that is like, or okay, right? Everybody has those. Everybody that is a talker, whether they're a politician or a streamer or whatever, everybody has them. Or some people do pauses. Some people just do silence in between. But mine are, okay, and you know what I mean? Or you know what I'm saying? I have 4 of them, right? I have, okay, like, 5. Like, okay, you know what I mean? And you know what I'm saying? And sometimes, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Those two often follow each other. Right? Dude, I mean, we all have them, right? We all have, yeah, you feel me? Or some people like will do, right? Although I'm trying to get a little better. I am, dude. I think I'm trying to get a little better at like those because it saves me editing time. Is this an extra long stream? It is, but we're getting done. We're getting done. I'm going right now. I'm rambling. Bothers you the most? Yeah. I mean, just doesn't have any like, there it is, right? I just did it. Doesn't have, it doesn't have like, dude, I'm gonna do fuck you. All right, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do like, well, fuck you, yo, fuck you, dude. I say you know a lot, bro. I say it almost after every word, dude. I'm gonna try and break that shit, dude. I am, dude. You know, the dude's another one, dude. I have so many. I'm so fucked, guys. I'm serious, dude. I'm done. You know, dude. All right. You ready? Let's go. Let's get our dance on, dude. Dance party. Oh, Schmidt. Yo, 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 yo. You're watching me game, the lingo makes more sense. Dude, I'm rock and roll though, guys. I am. At my core, I am rock and roll. And I can talk forever. Dude, I verbalize things. Guys, I'm telling you, when I'm here alone, okay, if I'm sitting in this room alone, and I'm editing or whatever, when I am typing tweets, right? I'm tweeting at 4 a.m, whatever. I'm talking. I'm speaking the tweet as I'm typing it. I'm a verbalizer. I've always been a verbalizer. That's why I talk for hours, bro. I mean, it's great. Like streaming, I found a way to make money doing it. Because before, I used to just drive everybody fucking crazy around me. Everyone would be like, dude, shut the fuck up. And now I do this and it's like I make a living, bro. Whoa! Let's go! Beautiful. Yeah, you're like, we know, dude. Oh, shit. Dude, we know. I know, you know. As long as I don't answer myself. No, I don't answer myself. I don't talk to myself. I just talk. I find my ideas and my inspiration when I'm verbalizing, when I'm talking my way through it. When I can imagine me on coke. See, cocaine does something different to me, guys. Cocaine like shuts me down more, right? When I do those drugs, they don't amplify me. They like take me down a peg, right? Right? I mean, I'll go through a little bit of the amplified phase or whatever in the beginning, but then once you get enough of it into you, it like chills you, right? That shit like chills. It has the opposite effect. You do a lot of it, and then you get very stoic. Okay? Yeah. No, it's different, right? Let's go, baby! You ready? Oh, let's get it, let's dance. Dude, I swear, we're gonna get to Tucker and that shit, guys. We're gonna get to Tucker, right? You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get to Tucker. You get stuck? Yeah, no, I don't really know that it gets stuck. I get into an artistic, contemplative sort of like I get hyper focused, usually on, you know, like for me, those drugs had a very sexual component to them. Okay. Like they were tied very much to my sexual drive. Okay. Like those powder drugs were not necessarily a social experience for me, right? They were more for like, there's a very sexual side to that stuff, which was tied to my creativity. It was like either creativity or sexuality and that shutting off of the mania, you know, complicated stuff, guys. Dude, let's go. Oh, love it. Dude, she was the best ever, baby. Your parents wouldn't let you have ADHD. That's funny. All right, here we go. Let's go. Time for a little deja vu, dude. Today was long and rambly. I'm going to try and get prepared tomorrow. We'll see what happens. I can't promise anything, though, because my life, dude, life under Donald Trump is fucking chaos, guys. And I'm sorry. I know you may come here wanting to hit certain things, and we may leave it behind, and I'm sorry if I let you down. But, like, dude, this experience of Donald Trump is fucking chaos, and we are not going through it in a straight line. We are going through it in a meandering, like, left, up, down, sideways, back and forth, fucking discombobulation machine. But we are going to end up somewhere, right? It's just, it's so chaotic, dude. I feel like every day is fucking, like, so overwhelming, dude. It's like, please, will somebody just shut that fucking man up? Like, I just want to not ever see him speak again, bro. I want to never hear his fucking voice again. Just not to have to look at his face on the screen in every moment of the day. It's like we are bombarded with him, bro. And I'm fucking tired of it, dude. Like, Jesus, you know? You know what I mean? Like, for the love of God. All right, let's get rid of that shit, bro. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, I'm like out of breath, baby. Little exercise. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand.
understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Radiant. My world. Whoa. Radiant. Hey. No, 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 no. Oh, guys, thank you. Keep your head together, baby. I will see you tomorrow. Whoa. I can't pretend. No, 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 no. Oh, I hope this never ends. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Thank you, guys. I will see you tomorrow. 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 I'll see you tomorrow. Be good to yourselves, people. Thank you. Freedom. Always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention.